1, 2, 1, 2. This is it. This is the start of the conference. Please sit down, take a seat. Thank you all for joining me here out in Odaiba on this wet spring morning. If you haven't joined our conference Slack, please join that. This QR code will be up on the display behind me for the whole of this little 5-minute opening speech. Get your phone out, scan it if you haven't already. If you join the Slack, you can get up-to-the-minute updates about talk reschedulings, food shortages, whatever else might go wrong with the conference. You can also get in touch with the organizers who can sort out any questions or concerns you might have. So to that effect, let's meet the team. Hi, I'm Blaine. I used to work in computer vision for autonomous vehicles. Before that, I did formal verification of highly concurrent programs. Now I do work that is less easily made legible, but is some combination of safety field building and consulting. But I'm going to be up on stage for most of this, emceeing and facilitating talks. So if you do have any questions or concerns, talk to Caitlin. This is Caitlin. Caitlin has been an invaluable asset in keeping this thing running smoothly. And she will either be able to sort out your problem then and there or put you in touch with somebody who can sort things out. So any questions or concerns, Caitlin. A few statistics on our attendees. Almost everybody in the room speaks English. To the remaining 2%, 2% eigo dekinai hito ni, ganbatte kudasai. To the 2% who do not speak English, do your best. Also, almost 50% of the people in the room speak Japanese. So if you do prefer to converse in Japanese, if you approach a random person at this conference, there is a 50-50 chance they'll be able to have an interesting conversation with you in your preferred language. Also, we have 20% vegetarians in the room. We have tried our hardest to cater for all of the dietary preferences you gave us on the sign-up forms. If all of our food is distasteful to you for ethical or personal reasons, talk to Caitlin, she'll get you sorted. I get 2 questions normally when I talk to people about TAIS. One is, how did this happen? The short answer is that Noeon Research, our primary sponsor, are committed to building safe AGI and wanted to engage more with the international safety community. I have been chair of a thing called AI Safety Tokyo for the last year and a half or so. And they approached me to collaborate on a conference to bring the international community into Tokyo and connect with the Tokyo safety scene. The second question I get is, why is TAIS? And our goal here is threefold. One, we want to demonstrate what the actual practice of doing technical safety research looks like to people who might be new to the field. We also want to share interesting new research among established technical safety researchers. We've tried our hardest to make our conference program cover interesting and new angles on the safety problem, so even if you're deeply embedded, you should get something out of this event. And finally, we want to actually make more safety research happen. And to that end, we want to facilitate networking and research collaboration both inside and outside Japan. So that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to our sponsors now to do a little spiel about who they are and why they're sponsoring a safety conference. And then we'll dive into some talks, shall we? So can I welcome Yuri to the stage?
Thank you, Blaine. Thank you, Blaine. OK. Hi, everyone. My name is Yuri, and I am the co-founder of Noeon Research. I'm pleased to welcome you at this technical AI safety conference. To be honest with you, when we, together with AI Safety Tokyo, planned this event here in Tokyo, we weren't expecting such a big crowd and so many sign-ups and such a high level of speakers. It's an honor for us to have you all here. I want to give special thanks to all of our brave speakers, many of whom has made a very long journey to join us today. I want to thank everyone from the tech crew and organizers who helped and devoted their time to making this happen. And I want to thank all of our attendees who decided to spend their time today and dive deeper into this important topic with us. It's a pleasure to know that so many people in Tokyo are concerned about AI safety right now, considering that it's the first conference of this type and this size in here. When we founded Noeon Research in 2020, we believed that the industry significantly underestimated the risks of AI. Yes, AI brings a lot of good results, but there is some risks too. That's why back then only a small subset of researchers were concerned about those risks, and it was unclear how to handle even like a small portion of those. 4 years later, AI researchers still don't know how to address all of the risks. However, now we know that we don't know, and that it is a problem, actually, which is a really good start. All in all, we can say that AI safety is no longer in its infancy as it used to be 4 years ago. And the idea that capabilities should bring responsibilities is now dominant narrative. And more researchers and companies commit their time and resources to AI safety. This commitment of so many great minds actually brings us hope that after the next 4 years, we will still exist. And the second one, we will know how to handle all of those risks better. When we were establishing a company, Noeon Research, we made 2 commitments. The first one is that we'll try to build something differently. We'll try to build in a non-orthodox way so that we wouldn't face the majority of safety risks by design. Tomorrow, our CEO, Andrei Krutikov, will speak more about how Noeon Research approached AI safety issues, and in particular, how you can build a capable yet a low-risk system. The second commitment is to elevate and promote public discussion surrounding the issues of AI safety. The more people in scientific community and broader audience aware of the risks of unsafe AI, the more likely a better outcome for the whole humanity with further AI development. This is especially important for the places like Tokyo, which has one of the most advanced AI industries, yet little to no public AI safety discussion. That's why we decided to take initiative and organize this event and invite all of the greatest AI safety minds in one place. I'm looking forward to the presentation on stage by these talented AI researchers, and I'm looking forward to insightful discussions on the floor. I believe the event is poised to have a lasting impact on Japan AI safety community and beyond. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Yuri. And I'd like to welcome Align to the stage.
Thank you, Blaine. Good morning, everyone. I see lots of bright-eyed and some bleary-eyed eyes in the room. It's nice to be here in the morning with everyone. My name is Brandon Wilson, and this is
Ryuichi Maruyama at Align. Thank you, organizer, for accepting our presence here.
Yeah, thank you. We're honored to be a sponsor, a minor sponsor here at TAIS. To introduce who we are, let me give a little bit of background. So we've done a little bit of research to figure out, just about how quickly AI alignment research is happening. And you can see that it's sort of on an exponential curve, which you expect, the exponential part of a logistic curve, which you would expect from an emerging field where network effects dominate. But if you look at the space of alignment, we have lots of different organizations all over the map. But if you stare at this long enough, you realize, wait, there's no Japan presence here. And AI alignment research in Japan, and just AI alignment research in Japan in general, is fairly meager. And that's something that the members of AI Alignment Network have realized for a while. And we decided to start up an organization, a nonprofit, to create an on-ramp and to introduce AI research and AI alignment research specifically to Japan, and to get the latent talent here into the field and create it in Japan. So we have three basic prongs that we're going for. We're doing some outreach programs right now. We have started up with Nagai Masayuki-san, where he's doing some introductory courses on AI alignment. We're hooked up with, we have plans for doing online webinars, potentially podcasts. We have an online presence on Twitter, and just trying to get the word out there in Japanese about what's happening. And then we've hooked up with some other, we have some people in DeepMind who are collaborating with us. We have had talks with Benjio-san And we have, on our team, we have people from Riken Lab, from UTokyo, Matsuo Lab. We have Aoyagi from Kanai-san will be here tomorrow. And we have several large names and people with a lot of resources that are willing to collaborate with us. And so we have this network, and we're wanting to get people all over the world to come to Japan and to pull along the researchers here. And so what our main activity, what we're planning on doing, is providing funding to researchers that want to be here in Japan and do AI alignment research. We're currently just booted up. We're brand new. So a lot of this is kind of, we're scrambling on the ground and making things happen. But we would love to talk to all of you and see if you're interested. I mean, we have a lot of technical bright minds in here, and Japan is a happening place with Sakana AI, Liquid AI. People here know that Japan is a good base for doing AI research. So please come talk to us. I'll give the floor to Maruyama-san to introduce some of our members. And if you see these faces around, you can come talk to us. Come talk to us during the networking events or during lunch and things.
Okay, thank you. So this is our founding members. Takashi-san from Riken, he's a computer biologist. Kanai-san is CEO of Araya, a neuroscientist. And Yamakawa-san from UTokyo. And they are basically forerunners of alignment, AI alignment, and they're trying to make this conversation and research going in Japan. So they established this NPO. And Hayashi-san is a researcher who will be presenting a poster today. And Fujisawa-san is also from Araya. So basically, we are very at the beginning stage of our organization, and we are very keen to learn from all of you in this very special occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So if you're interested, you can come talk to us and come to our website, aialign.net. We look forward to interesting conversations and potential future relationships. Thank you very much.
Essa from Reaktor, do you want to come up and say a bit?
"15 years ago, I started asking some questions that perhaps are familiar to some of you. I started thinking about what kind of career should I pursue, how should I spend my time, what should be my role in this world. And through asking these questions a year later, in 2010, I stumbled upon effective altruism, and from there, AI safety, I read superintelligence, started following the Alignment Forum, and most recently have been working with Blaine on various things related to AI Safety Tokyo. And the problem with being a software engineer here in Japan is that there's not a whole lot of opportunities for working on AI safety directly. So I've been kind of trying some alternative approaches here. And one of the things I did recently was I asked at Reaktor that, hey, what if we started developing some kind of offering related to AI safety? What if we got our world-class designers and engineers and started working on this problem? And to my surprise, the feedback was really positive. People were like, yeah, that actually sounds like a really interesting problem to work on. So that's what brings me here today. Just a little bit about us. We are a digital consultancy and a strategic advisor. We work with many of the world's most ambitious clients. For Adidas, we cut their load speeds for e-commerce by 60%. For HBO, we worked on their streaming platforms. For various airlines around the world, we built many award-winning apps for them. And for ourselves, we've become the best place to work and launched our own satellite. On the AI side of things, we have a team of almost 40 data scientists, and they have done over 100 successful projects. So we know some things about what kind of approaches work and what don't. And when it comes to AI safety, the way I think that we can really bring the most value to all of you is by playing to our strengths. So taking some kind of like bottlenecks or vague ideas and turning them into tangible software solutions or services. And one way I see that this could happen, for example, is if you need some kind of platform, let's say you're working on like evaluations or standardization or governance, if you need some kind of system for tracking certifications for AI solutions, if you're doing like interpretability related things, we'd be more than happy to design and develop those platforms for you. Similarly, if you already have some kind of existing platform, we'd be happy to help your users and clients be successful with them. If you have some concerns related to like infrastructure or deployments, running experiments, tooling, maybe you need like new visualizations or some dashboard kind of thing, we'd be more than happy to help design and develop those as well. The main thing we can't do is deep technical alignment research, but everything around it, we'd be more than happy to take off your plate. Reaktor's goal when it comes to AI safety is to help save all of your time, help you leverage it better, and help you focus on the things that matter the most. Everything else around that, you can leave to us. So the thing I want you to take out from this introduction is if you have any projects or ideas that could benefit from a few additional designers or developers or ML engineers, please feel free to grab my attention at any time, because I'd really love to hear all about your biggest challenges and discuss how we could solve them together. I hope all of you have a wonderful time here at the conference. I think there's going to be a lot of really exciting talks and opportunities coming up, so let's make the most out of them. Thank you.
Harold from the AI Industry Foundation.
Thank you, Blaine. Welcome to Japan. Before I talk about the AI Industry Foundation, I just want to say I'm already hearing from people about the incredible omotenashi, the incredible acts of generosity and kindness that they experience from Japanese people when they come here. And Japan does that to all of us. And you'll hear that probably throughout TAIS, the norms that are being established and the effect that Japan has on people. So in addition to everything else you're hearing, tell your friends, come to Japan, start a career here. We're a welcoming community and we'll help you do it. We want the special thing that we found here in Tokyo to be spread around the world. I'm the representative director of the AI Industry Foundation. Most, or many, if not most of the Tokyo residents that you will meet are collaborating to help out in some way with the Industry Foundation. The basic two things that the Industry Foundation believes is that AGI is coming and that we need very well-informed and very rational industry norms among the AI industry when it does happen. TAIS is a fantastic and an amazing event, and I'm sure that Saturday night there's not a single person who's not going to be leaving here thinking, I think there's a chance that we've got a bespoke, handcrafted solution to this. There's going to be some kind of way to control the direction that we're headed. But I want to tell you, as somebody whose day job is as a corporate lawyer, there is no such thing as law. You're not going to be able to hand your code to the president and say, we're finished. It's going to depend on the AI industry especially, picking up the ball and respecting whatever solutions are found and propagating them and treating them with respect. Because if you pass a law that says you can't jaywalk, it doesn't mean that everyone's going to just obey it. And if you pass a law that says you can't have nuclear weapons, it doesn't mean everyone's going to just obey it. So our approach is to create just a small flame of education to elevate members of the AI industry, trying to target executives in the Asia Pacific. And we do that by holding weekly master classes to bring them in and then to leverage the needs that they have as the AI industry begins to develop. So we can have a legible map and they can begin to use each other as cross-referrals, especially knowing that they are on the same team, that they're all trying to leverage for the same thing, to build their own businesses, but also to be informed and have the best norms when the time comes to make difficult decisions. So what we need now, as we're building up, is we need members who are committed to this kind of high norm, high value level thought and interactions. And we need to understand. So I'd love to talk to anyone who has ideas about how the AI industry should look or does look. And of course, we need funds. So if there's anyone out there who's interested in supporting this research endeavor, making the AI industry legible, please come talk to me as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what everyone's going to do this weekend.
Good, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And finally, I would like to welcome Espen from Apart Research.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you. It's an honor to be here today, and thank you, of course, goes to the wonderful organizers for putting together this monumental event. I have the pleasure of representing Apart Research here today, which is a non-profit research organization working on AI security and safety problems. We work remote first across the world, and my name is, as the slide says, Espen Krab. So, first off, let's get a few axioms out of the way. Solving AI security is indeed hard. So it has some immense potential for the future of humanity and, in general, consciousness. And there is a chance of catastrophic risk from AI at the scale of weapons of mass destruction, these WPMs. And so in all parts of the process of developing this technology, we do need security, especially as incentives are aligned to develop the technology instead of focusing on security itself. And so what do we do specifically? We are trying to build a network of researchers who will be ready to respond and training and developing the talent across the world, trying to get representative researchers to actually join in on trying to solve the big problems that we are facing with AI security and safety. So one of the ways we do this, so this is our little visualization of the path, the training path. We have these research hackathons that we collaborate with organizations, AGI labs, different forms of evaluation organization and so on to work on weekend-long research sprints with an original output at the end of those. From there, we try to invite the teams that do really incredible work to join the lab, the Apart lab, where we work in a sort of a remote research accelerator fashion. And so it's a 4 to 6 month fellowship towards academic publication. And of course, academic publication isn't everything when we're talking about really implementing these solutions into the technologies of the future. So we're also, besides publication to ML conferences, workshops, and these various researcher forums, we're also linking each step to actually solving the problems and building the sort of solutions we need for tomorrow. And so that's also the step after publication, but also in every step during the way. So these are the Apart sprints. So last year, for example, we had over 1,000 participants spread across the globe at more than 50 sprint locations with more than 170 of these original research projects happening. And let me just, you can see a few of our partners there below, but let me just go through a few of the research projects so you can get a sense of what they are. So first off, this is a question of how good are language models actually at solving capture the flag challenges. So these classic cybersecurity challenges, looking at well, what is their capability to solve the challenge? How many steps do they need? Where do they fail? This is a challenge where you look at how do language models in simulations of military escalation scenarios, where do they end up escalating? Where are they de-escalatory? And so these are all done in just a weekend. And then this is, I know there are a few people in here who are very interested in cognitive science and similar works, computational neuroscience. And this is a work looking at temporal context model for human-free recall and actually recreating that model as an two-layer attention-only transformer and replicating the results found on humans in early 2000s nearly exactly. So it's really, really fascinating work. And then here, a hackathon project I want to share that I'm also trying to join sometimes. But this looking at some of the dark patterns that can happen in conversational data. So looking at, do we actually see that chatbots try to get humans to generate more training data for themselves, that it tries to optimize for engagement, basically looking at the misalignment between the labs developing these technologies and the users and the humans that we are and that we're trying to protect here. And an example of this sort of, the first step in this funnel I mentioned previously is this hackathon we ran a couple of weekends ago with Meter, who some of you might know, formerly called Arc Evals, where we were checking if they have autonomous capabilities, the LLMs in question. And so we were working with more than 160 researchers across the world on developing tasks for testing the capabilities of models that are now going to end up in the UK AI Safety Institute's repertoire for testing models. And this is something that we can do in a weekend, and then we can continue that work and help people develop even further. And so you can see a few of the numbers here and some of the winning teams as examples. Yeah, so there's a question of how you can get involved, and of course this conference is a massive opportunity, and really happy it's happening here, and of course happy to be in Turkey as well for that. But one thing is getting Japan on the map for the hackathon location. So you can join from here, of course. I think maybe some might also be organizing hackathons. But the Apart Lab Fellowship is another path towards this, which some of you might be interested in as transitioning from some of your current work or finding collaborators online who are working on AI safety and security, and actually taking those steps into publication of AI safety research with mentorship from experts there. We have a couple of job openings. We have a Getting Started guide as well, and you can read the research on our website. Thank you very much, and have a good conference.
All right. It's time to hear about some research. I'm going to invite Ryan Kidd onto the stage now to do our first proper talk of the schedule.
Hi, I'm Ryan. So I flew all the way from San Francisco a few days ago, and I'm still a little jet lagged, so I might be a little slow today, but I hope we have a good time. So I'm the co-director at MATS, or the Machine Learning Alignment and Theory Scholars Program, which is an AI safety field building program. So unlike a lot of the speakers you're going to hear this weekend, I don't do AI safety research myself. One point I tried, but not anymore. I just run a program. So my background was I was in Australia for most of my life. I did a PhD in physics at the University of Queensland. And when I finished that, I went straight to San Francisco Bay Area to try and help out with AI safety. And I was a scholar in the first version of MATS that had ultimately five people in the in-person program. And then after that, I talked to the organizers a fair bit. I was like, hey, I really want to help grow this thing. And so I joined the organizing team. And over the last 2 years, we've run, must be now another 4 programs with another 3 extension phases on the end of those. And along the way, we also founded this London Initiative for Safe AI, which I founded with my co-director, Christian Smith, and Mike Brzezowski, who was on the team, which is a London-based AI safety office hub. So let's just talk about our mission. Why are we here today? So here's my reasons, right? Firstly, artificial general intelligence, or AGI, might be dangerous, and it might be near. So if you see the bottom left figure, this is taken from the Existential Persuasion Tournament, which I believe was run by Tyler Cohen and others. And that particular tournament, a series of experts, either from the super forecasting domain, where they're great at forecasting on short duration timescales, or domain experts in AI, forecasted what is the probability of an AI catastrophe that wipes out 10% of the world's population by the year 2100. And the median estimates for the super forecasters was 2%, and for the AI experts, 12%. Now, these numbers are very uncomfortably high for me. This is certainly like, if I flew in a plane and I was like, man, the risk of dying is 2%, I would probably not fly that plane, right? And on the top right, we see here the popular forecasting platform Metaculus, and the current prediction for when AGI will arrive from all those thousands and thousands of predictions, almost 3,000, is July 2031. That's pretty soon. And if according to this bottom right figure, which is produced by Anthropic's Chris Olah, if the boundary of safety research is somewhere far south of the Apollo project, and the hardness of aligning and controlling powerful AGI systems is at the level of the Apollo project, we're going to need hundreds of thousands of researchers or support staff, not the 200 to 300 we have today. So what are MATS's goals? 1, we want to accelerate high-impact researchers who are entering the space for the first time, such that they can produce useful research, find jobs, et cetera, as fast as possible. 2, we want to support high-impact research mentors who often need help scaling up their research projects. And 3, we want to grow the AI safety field and increase the carrying capacity by helping people, helping good marginal hires, as some of the safety teams at like Anthropic, DeepMind, et cetera, help install new postdocs if we can, or accelerate people into those positions at some of the academic labs, such as this New York University Alignment Research Group, and help new founders found impactful new projects like we did with Apollo Research and Marius Haupan. So what do new researchers need? The most important thing is they have to be really good technically, and usually that means machine learning. They have to be very good at machine learning. They often need high-quality mentorship. There's relatively few people in the world who can provide high-quality mentorship for AI safety, but that number is growing, hopefully. They need a basic understanding of the threat models. What are the problems in AI safety that are worth tackling? How do you know if you've actually made meaningful progress on the problem? They need community, like in a university, except there isn't currently a lot of, there's several university institutions for AI safety, but perhaps there should be more. They need support, and if they want to get jobs, especially in tech industry, they need publications, and they need to be pretty fast at coding. So here's our theory of change. There's 5 points. 1, we think a lot of different AI safety or alignment agendas are promising. We don't know yet which we should put all our eggs into one basket, so we spread them out. 2, we think apprenticeship under some high-performing expert mentors is very valuable. 3, we think a community of peers can help bootstrap new researchers. 4, we think there's some support and training services we can offer that are of value. And 5, we think mentor time is very valuable, and so we should have a very strong filter. So what is the MATCH program? Well, at its core, it's a twice a year, 10-week research program where scholars are paired up with expert mentors in various fields of AI safety and work on projects under them. There's a Berkeley office that we all operate out of, which is next to San Francisco in California, and there's a community that arises around that for the period. There's seminars from leading AI experts, there's workshops on how to do research, there's research management services from our team members, and there's an extension program, optional, which about half the scholars are elect to apply to and then are accepted by, which is up to 4 months and usually takes place in Lisa in London. So here's just my kind of goofy model of researcher development. I borrowed this from like the generalizing specialist or T-shaped skills framework. So we think the most important dimension of being a researcher is depth. That's your ability to execute, to drive new research forward. Perhaps the second most is breadth, this understanding of the research field. Like what has been done before, where are the gaps, where can we make progress? And the third is this elusive quality of taste. It's like, what are the new experiments we should run? How do we know in advance if a thing is worth pursuing? This is the hardest to train, but we hope by giving people short, high-quality feedback loops with expert mentors and peers, we can help this. And of course, the limiting constraint in our ecosystem seems to be mentors. So we try and push as much of the resources to other sectors in this quadrant as we can. So if we can accomplish some of the object level like executive support and team management work with our research manager staff, that reduces the burden on the mentors. If we can, if there's a seminar that people all want to see, and perhaps this is better to have a seminar on this topic than have this explained like 20, 30 times by mentors. And so maybe some workshops are additionally of value. So what is research management? So we introduced this in the last program, and we think it's pretty great. So it has 3 goals: to help scholars set goals, be productive, and use mentor time well, to help mentors track scholar research, and to help MATs achieve program outcomes. And the way they do this is scholars will meet weekly or daily with a research manager in addition to their mentor. They'll help them prepare for meetings with their mentor, they'll help them set goals, they'll help them accomplish program milestones, and often act as a series of not quite experts, but people managing experts. And this has actually resulted in a lot of increased productivity. So we think this is a very easy way to get gains. Essentially, you might take the role of a principal investigator in an academic lab or research group and separate it into the research lead under the mentor and then the people manager under the research manager. So over MATS's history, the last 2 years, we've had 213 scholars pass through the program, and 47 mentors have been supported. So these 1.0, 2.0, these refer to program iterations, 6 months apart. And the X.1 are extension programs. So you can see the last 3 research programs have had about 60 scholars apiece. So it's quite large, it's quite a busy office. And the extension program's about half as many. So how have MATS alumni done? Well, before the summer cohort last year, we're still collecting data on them, 22% are completing a master's or PhD. 39% were hired after MATS from all of these different research organizations. Of those, 50% said MATS made them much more likely to apply for their job, and 31% attributed more than greater than 6 months speed up to MATS. And also alumni have founded organizations like Apollo Research, Tamias, and Jesse will speak later, and Stan, Leap Labs, the Center for AI Policy, Cadenza Labs, and ATLA, among others. And right after the program, 75% of alumni who apply for independent research funding from the Long-Term Future Fund or Open Philanthropy or Mana Fund, one of the several funders, are successful. So here's just the last cohort, 23 mentors from all these different institutions: Anthropic, DeepMind, UC Berkeley, Center for Human Compatible AI, FAR AI, Center on Long-Term Risk, et cetera. So here's the composition of the last cohort. We had 61 scholars, and as you can see, about 20% of them were undergrads, and about 10% were had PhDs already, and the rest were somewhere in between. And here's the spread among the different types of research agendas. As you can see, the most dominant was interpretability, a bit of an interpretability wave recently at 44%, followed by evaluations or demonstrations of certain types of alignment failures or dangerous capabilities, followed by oversight and control work, cooperative AI and agent foundations, info security, and lastly, formal verification. So how have we done according to scholars? Well, when we ask scholars to rate us, they give us a rating of 9.2 out of 10 on average, which is fantastic. So we're doing something right. And a net promoter score of plus 74. And when we ask them about mentorship in particular, they say this is about 8.1 out of 10. So this seems to be one of the best attributes of the program. We ask mentors, how are scholars doing? We ask them, how strongly do you support the scholars' research continuing? They say 8.1 out of 10 on average. And they estimate up to almost 60% of scholars might be a first author paper at a top conference, which I think is optimistic, but that's fantastic faith. About 30% might get a job offer from AI safety team, and they seem to think about 10% might found a new AI safety research org, which doesn't seem implausible given the history. So what is the interest like for our upcoming summer and winter programs? Well, we have 965 applications and counting, and the deadline does close in a few days, so if you want to apply, there's still time. About 46 mentors applied to work with us, and among the scholars, you can see this distribution. Obviously, a lot more undergrads than we typically accept. Interestingly, the potential mentors and applicant research interest is correlated. Obviously, interpretability is the most interesting to people, it seems still. Evaluations, demonstrations, and oversight control are next, and of course, down we go. We think there's actually a lot more interest in governance policy and InfoSec than we're capturing, but because our main target demographic is technical AI safety. So here are our research priorities for the upcoming cohort. So as you can see, interpretability has taken a little bit of a hit, about 9% less. And that 9% is actually going to be an oversight and control research, because we think this is currently experiencing quite a windfall of interest. And evaluations and demonstrations remains about the same level. So these 7 organizations are some of the core ones we're hoping to support. And there are many more mentors, including some here today, that we hope to support as well. So that's Anthropic, DeepMind, Redwood Research, the Center for AI Safety, Center on Long-Term Risk, Apollo Research, MIT, Algorithmic Alignment Group, and others. So what technical research is even needed? Well, we think interpretability is pretty important. Features such as sparse autoencoders, mechanistic anomaly detection to detect if models are performing different computations internally, perhaps to catch deception, grokking, or general research into mechanistic explanations for why models behave the way they do. Oversight and control research, such as debate, weak to strong generalization, activation steering, chain of thought steganography, and automated red teaming. Evaluations and demonstrations work, such as model organisms of misalignment, a new agenda, dangerous capabilities evaluations, and evaluations of situational awareness. And you'll note that some of these are bolded. This is research that was conducted within the MATS program. And most of the other research here was conducted by people who are alumni or are currently mentors of MATS. So there's cooperative AI and agent foundations work involving shutdown ability, reflective stability, safe Pareto improvements, and governance and policy work such as compute verification, model certification, and strict liability. What talent is needed? Well, machine learning skill is really important. We think this is like the #1 core attribute of a good researcher, except of course for some of the smaller research areas we support. It seems that new talent can seize low-hanging fruit So all of these papers I've listed here, that's indirect object identification, the sleeper agents paper out of Anthropic, sparse autoencoders, I know Hoagie is going to talk later, and activation steering work, all of this was accomplished by people who are relatively new to AI safety and perhaps even machine learning. So there's obviously a lot of work you can do if you're relatively new to the space. Fast coding is very important for scaling lab teams. Good research communication is particularly important because policymakers are going to read your research, and it's going to be hard for things to be implemented if you can't communicate it well. And there are many high-impact roles outside of technical AI safety, such as in policy, info security, and operations work. Talk to me if you are interested. Academia is also very underrated, I think. I think there's many fantastic PhD projects people could work on now. How can you help? Well, you could apply to MATS. We're currently accepting applications from scholars for the next few days, but for longer for our winter program. From mentors, if you're interested, just email me. And for team members, we're hiring for research managers, community managers, and more. You could donate to MATS. We do accept donations currently, about $24,000 per scholar on the margin. The Long-Term Future Fund, we think, is probably one of the most impactful funders in the space that you can actually donate to. You could host a local AI safety fundamentals reading group, which is a fantastic way to introduce people to the field. You could host an arena course, which is a technical AI safety upskilling course, and that's available for free online. You could work on high-impact research, like I've mentioned. Again, I'd love to chat about that while you're here. And you could build aptitudes in industry and academia such that as AI safety grows, you can be of an asset. So I'd like to thank my team. I'd like to thank the conference sponsors, Noeon Research. I'd like to thank our funders at Open Philanthropy, the Survival and Flourishing Fund, and DALHAP Investments, and also people on the Mana Fund regranting platform. And I'd like to take your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Perhaps I'll start. Oh, Simon, do you have one from online?
Yes, we've got some questions from the live stream. Brian Mori from Brazil wants to ask how I think an AI safety interested person can collaborate with MATS from outside of the US, maybe somewhere in Brazil or in Japan.
Yeah, so currently MATS, when our scholars fly over to the US, they come over on the visa waiver program from eligible countries, or they apply for B1 visas, or we can accept students on F1 visas for their CPT work. Currently, scholars are classified as independent researchers who receive grants to participate in the program. This does unfortunately leave some countries ineligible or makes it much harder. For instance, past scholars from Brazil have had a hard time coming over. However, we do accept remote attendees. We have had some remote Brazilians. But also, there are programs based in South America. So there's the Condor Camp and other programs that are based around this as well. I would recommend looking into those.
Thank you. Unless there's a question from the audience, I have another one for the live stream.
We're just sending a mic over now.
Hi, can you hear me? Right. Hi, I'm a ML practitioner from the industry, so I have a question from that perspective specifically. As someone who actually programs and develops machine learning algorithms for production in the industry, the AI safety part is not really taken care of, so to say. And I guess one of the reasons for that is most likely this research is not easy to find, I think. Even though we are trying to do something about it, but from an industry perspective, it's hard to find out where to find all these researches and then apply them into our algorithms, and then also conduct tests and verify whether it's actually working or not. So my question is, where exactly is there, how do we find these niche journals and publications and research and these topics and themes and these, I mean, yes, I know what the topics are, but actually kind of figuring out, okay, if I'm working on a specific domain, what type of AI safety technical needs do I need to cater for this specific problem? And then where should I go and look for those specific publications and journals and ideas and concepts to then, kind of program them into our models? So I guess that's my question. If you have an answer to that, that's nice. If you have some links or URLs or some specific journals that we need to follow, please let us know. Thank you.
Yeah, I would recommend, I'll share my slides, and of course all the research that I linked there, almost all of that is from archive papers, right, that are submitted to top journals. There's like going to be a NeurIPS workshop on mechanistic interpretability that Neil Nanda is running from DeepMind. Like a lot of AI safety research is just published in like top ML journals now. You can just find it. Just go to NeurIPS, ICML, et cetera. Sometimes it's hard to tell what is like cutting edge, what isn't. I think there's like there's a great need to make AI safety research more legible to mainstream academia. I think the Center for AI Safety is doing a great job for that. They have a newsletter you can sign up for. You can also go on the alignmentforum.com, which has a bunch of blog post style things. You can get on Twitter. There's a bunch of people you can follow on Twitter. I like following like Richard No. There's many others. You could watch podcasts like Dwarkesh Patel, the 80,000 Hours podcast. They have some great content on AI safety. Yeah, you could hop on. I guess like there's various like lists of links. So one of the ones I particularly like is from Arkose, ARKOSE. They have some fantastic lists of links for various types of AI safety research. But yeah, I mean, like it is an emerging field, so you're not going to find as many conference publications as you'd like, but they will come. We're trying.
While the microphone is being delivered, I wanted to let the previous person who asked the question, let them know that in the live stream chat, some people send a bunch of links where you can find the answer to your question. So if you pop up to the live stream chat, you can find some other suggestions from the community.
May I ask a question? I was interested in what the mentors have, what are the incentives for the mentors to join in your course? Do they receive something? Is there any reciprocal relationship between the mentors and scholars, and what do they get from the course?
It's a good question. Sometimes I ask them. So mentors all volunteer their time. We don't pay anyone. We never have. So what they get out of it, though, is they get willing, motivated, awesome scholars to help them further their research interests. And of course, mentors get some of the satisfaction from helping grow this research field that they care very deeply about.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks very much. Can you hear me like from? Yeah, great. So I think I had a bit of a question related, I guess, to timescales of some of the topics that you listed as priorities, I guess, for match. So some of them look more like, short term, say like within 6 months we should have this machine learning thing, like, working and, well, in the pipeline working and, delivered. And some other ones seem perhaps a bit, I want to say like a bit longer, well, medium term, say like some verification / policy, I guess like topics. It looks to me like they might be more like on a few years time scale. And I wonder whether this intuition is kind of right, or if you have like different opinions on, time scales of the different topics.
So when I made this list, I deliberately included papers that I think are very recent and very topical. All of these research areas, I think, could use research right now. And they might pay off in longer timescales or shorter timescales, but that's part of the portfolio approach we take. If you're thinking about, like, say, provable AI safety and verification of algorithms, I think that does also merit. I kind of might shoehorn that under like interpretability type approach here, but compute verification here is actually different. It's stuff like the paper How to Catch a Chinchilla, right, by Yo Shavit from Harvard, which is like ways to be sure that like like certain compute resources are being used for training runs that you think are safe or are like below some minimum threshold of compute. So that's what this refers to, not so much the like proving that this is a safe algorithm, which I think is very topical and timely.
We've got another question from the live stream. Kabi Kumar is asking, do you think that lawyers can partner with alignment researchers to make policy without needing to learn a lot about alignment? For example, as was done in the last AI lawathon. Thank you.
Yes, I definitely think this. One of the papers I've linked here, which is linked as liability, is about US tort law and how this can, basically how people could form civil suits against AI companies or AI distributors that fail to take basic safety precautions. And it seems this is a very active and interesting area of research. And I don't think you need to know much at all about AI safety to know that, like, if a company does something that is harmful and doesn't take meaningful steps to reduce the harm of their product, they can be sued. And I think building up the legal case for this, it doesn't take a great deal of AI safety knowledge, no. But it's very important.
We had one more question from the audience.
Hello, I'm Slava. We are doing kind of local and online Russian-speaking groups on AI safety fundamentals, etc., etc. So I'm interested in the organizing stuff you mentioned, the research management part. And how many research managers do you use? I mean, is it one-to-one to mentors, or how does it work? And what exactly do you win by separating mentor and research manager as a different persons? Thank you.
Yeah, so our basic rule of thumb is for every 12 scholars, 1 research manager. And that works out pretty well. But of course, we don't necessarily have research managers for every single scholar. The way it works is a research manager is typically assigned to mentor streams that have 3 or more scholars, because we think this is where the most benefit occurs. Previously, we used to, when we were smaller or had like less, like there were certain mentor streams that were like more independent or something, and weren't all like 3 or 4 people working on the same project, which is often the case now. We used to have more of a one-on-one kind of approach, where people would meet weekly or bi-weekly with research mentors, and they would just help them reflect on their research and perhaps set goals and stuff. Currently, we see it, the most useful aspect of research management is sort of as an extension of mentorship. If mentor time is very limited, then a research manager can internalize what a mentor wants. This stems from a principle: verification is easier than generation. So a mentor might be able to have very specialized knowledge and help lead a project, but a research manager can tell if someone's worked hard or not, you know? And they can also help them to set goals at a high level, and they can be a rubber duck that people can talk to, bounce ideas off. We also train them in several types of techniques that are useful for new researchers. They're also very familiar with we have several milestones in the program, including a research plan, which is effectively a beginner's grant proposal that we actually help scholars submit. It's actually a requirement to get into the extension that you submit and receive external funding from a grant proposal you write in MATS. That's like a feature of the program. And research managers are very good at helping people write grant proposals. They're also very good at helping people prepare talks. We have a mandatory talk component of the program. So there's a lot of things you can get out of a non-expert who is familiar with AI safety and is a good communicator that is not necessarily as rare to find as top quality research mentor.
I think that's all we have time for. So thank you, Ryan. And I now would like to welcome Jess Hoogland to start our developmental interpretability block.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here, and I'd like to start by thanking the organizers and sponsors and everybody who put this great show on the road. Today I'm going to be talking about structure in neural networks. We're talking about the links between learning theory and interpretability, in particular between singular learning theory and developmental interpretability. First, though, let's start with a question. Right, so at this point, it's clear that neural networks work. right? Most long open-standing problems in computer vision, reinforcement learning, in natural language processing have now been solved by neural networks and technologies based on neural networks. The remaining problems are more a question of degree and scale than of quality. We could have AGI here in the next few years. Okay, so why? What's so special about neural networks? Well, in my view, the key ability of deep neural networks is that they're able to learn algorithms. So let me give you a few examples. I'm thinking of, for example, Wang et al.'s indirect object identification circuit. The work Neil Nand and others have done on grokking. Or even older work in vision models, where Ola et al. Showed that vision models learn to compose low-level feature detectors into high-level object detectors. Right, so in each of these cases, we see that models learn to systematically, step-by-step, manipulate information from inputs to produce predictions and actions. It's as close to algorithmic reasoning as we're going to get, and it might not be perfect, but it's something algorithmic going on under the hood. This makes neural networks qualitatively unlike earlier learning machines. Take linear regression, Gaussian processes, clustering. None of these older techniques is ever going to learn to sort a list, for example. The key ability of neural networks is that they have this hierarchical and flexible internal structure that lets them internalize and reflect the underlying computational structure of the world. Okay, so what is the nature of this learned structure? Right? In computer science, we have many different ways of talking about algorithmic structure. Turing machines, Boolean circuits, lambda calculus, finite state automata. All these different models of computation are equally expressive, sure, but they're not the same things. So which is appropriate for talking about structure in neural networks? What's the right foundation for interpretability as a science? As neural networks continue to become better, these questions become more important. That's because algorithmic reasoning underlies many of the most important capabilities of real-world agents. Things like the ability to form plans and execute those plans, the ability to course correct, to adjust those plans to a changing world, the ability to model and manipulate the beliefs and intentions of other agents. We're not worried at the fact that neural networks have this encyclopedic knowledge. We're worried about how they use that information. My key concern, the concern that drives the research that I do, is that AI safety might be bottlenecked on technical progress, theoretical progress in deep learning theory. For example, in interpretability, maybe it turns out that interpreting some kinds of alignment-relevant structure requires breakthroughs in understanding what structure is. Maybe we can't understand everything in terms of this model of features and circuits that's become increasingly popular in mechanistic interpretability. More generally, my hope for theory is threefold. And it's the same hope that I have for theory in other domains. So first, can it tell us what to measure? Right? Can we build new tools? Can we go from optical microscopes to electron microscopes and beyond? Second, can theory tell us where to look? What kinds of experiments to run and what information to ignore? And lastly, can theory, in the most ambitious case, tell us when to be confident? In a mature field like thermodynamics or statistical physics, we know what the limits of these systems are, and we know how to control and engineer those limits. Can we do the same for learning theory? And the rest of this talk, I'm going to be walking through and motivating some of the high-level story of singular learning theory and developmental interpretability. And we'll look at this link between geometry, structure, and development. Afterwards, Professor Aoyagi and my colleague Stan van Wingerden will look at some more concrete results from the recent research over the last year. Okay, but now let's focus on this question of what the nature of learned structure in neural networks really is. First, geometry. I want to come back to this question of what makes neural networks special, but this time answer it a little more precisely. And we'll see that singular learning theory, developed by Professor Sumio Watanabe here in Japan, offers an answer to the question of what makes neural networks special. At a very high level, SLT suggests a deep correspondence between internal structure of the model and of the data, geometric structure of the loss landscape, and structure of the learning process. Now, the idea that development and structure are related is nothing new. It's an idea that goes back to developmental biology. And in many ways, it's almost tautological, right? Structure has to be constructed. It's associated to some process of building something up out of nothing. Similarly, if you have familiarity with machine learning, then it's not surprising that geometry influences development. When we train using SGD or some variant of SGD, the gradients come from the geometry of the loss. What's perhaps more surprising is that SLT predicts it's particularly the singularities of loss, critical points and places where derivatives vanish, that determine the overall qualitative nature of the learning process. It turns learning from an effectively continuous problem into an effectively discrete problem. What's perhaps most surprising and probably most important is the idea that geometry reflects internal structure. And we'll see this worked out in the example of what's called the learning coefficient. Okay, so structure determines geometry, determines development, determines structure. If there's one key idea to take away from the talk, it's this. Okay. So that's SLT. But what actually is singular about this whole story? When I talk about singular learning theory, it's learning theory of singular models, in particular, strictly singular models that I'm interested in. And this means two conditions. So first, the parameter function map is not one-to-one. Different choices of weights can implement the same functions. Second, the Fisher information matrix is not everywhere invertible. That's equivalent to saying that the Hessian, so the matrix of second derivatives of the loss with respect to weights, has 0 eigenvalues. There are directions in weight space where the curvature vanishes. As it turns out, many results in classical learning theory assume that models are non-singular. And that means that many of these results do not apply to neural networks. Now, I don't have time to go into all of these, because there are a lot of violations, but I will highlight just a few. So first, SLT, to a large extent, solves the problem of in-distribution generalization for Bayesian learning machines. For regular models, non-singular models, the Bayes generalization error is given by the number of parameters divided by 2 times the number of samples. This predicts that for a neural network with lots of parameters, it should overfit. In fact, SLT tells us that the right number for singular models is that the Bayes generalization error is given by the learning coefficient lambda over n. And this can, in general, be much smaller than the number of dimensions. Intuitively, what's happening here is that simple models are able to occupy a greater volume of weight space. So they're easier to find. This induces an implicit regularization effect that favors simpler models that generalize further. Violation 2. So neural networks have non-Riemannian information geometry. Now, this is just the same thing as saying that the Hessian is non-invertible. Okay, so what that means is that if you want to measure the volume associated to some solution, to a basin, that you can't do that by using the Hessian. You have to go to a higher order Taylor approximation in order to capture the qualitative nature of your loss landscape. Okay, so anything based on the Hessian, it's not going to work for neural networks. Third, and most importantly, singular geometry changes the fundamental nature of learned structure and of the learning process. We'll see in a moment what that means in terms of this Bayes information criterion. So in particular, having singular geometry turns learning from a continuous problem into an effectively discrete problem. To see that, we re-express the problem of learning as a variational problem in terms of minimizing this free energy. Right, so even though the thing you think you're applying optimization pressure to is the loss, the thing you're really minimizing is this free energy, which involves a contribution both from the loss and from the learning coefficient. In order to minimize this quantity, you have to trade these off against each other. And you have to trade these off in a way that depends on the number of samples, n. As we sample more and more data, the linear term is going to dominate the logarithmic term. This will become more important, and it'll become more important to lower the loss than to lower the complexity. And the model will come to favor more accurate, lower loss solutions in exchange for a complexity cost. What's happening here is a kind of implicit data-dependent Occam's razor. Models implicitly and automatically find the right trade-off between complexity and accuracy. Now, this is important because free energy minimization is the basis for model selection in classical statistics. All right, so for a regular model, called this, the learning coefficient is equal to the number of dimensions divided by 2. It's a constant. That means that minimizing this free energy for regular models simplifies the problem of just minimizing the loss. However, when you start comparing between different model classes, different architectures, you want to compare them at the level of the free energy rather than at the level of the loss. And this is done by using the Bayesian information criterion, which is this approximation to the free energy. So what that means is that for singular models where this complexity term is variable, it's not constant, it's not the same over all parameter space, singular models perform an internal version of this model selection procedure. You should see the learning process as consisting of selecting among qualitatively distinct regions of weight space, different phases. Okay, so SLT suggests this deep correspondence between geometry, structure, and development. And in particular, it tells us that singular model classes contain these algorithmically and geometrically distinct phases. So the learning process is going to be a much richer thing than learning in a regular model class where all of the models are qualitatively identical. So what about structure? Well, the place where currently you can see this relationship between geometry and structure most clearly is in the learning coefficient. This has both an algorithmic and a geometric aspect to it. On the geometric side, the learning coefficient, the local learning coefficient, measures the volume scaling rate. So suppose I have a point down here at the bottom of the loss landscape. I can ask, how many solutions are almost as good as this point? I choose some height epsilon, and I ask, what volume of weight space is available below that height epsilon? What you find is that this volume, in this case it's the area of the surface, as you get closer and closer to epsilon, scales according to some constant times epsilon to the lambda. Lambda is the local learning coefficient. So the learning coefficient is like a fractional dimension in the loss landscape. Let's see some examples. So if you have a parabolic geometry, right, x squared plus y squared, then the learning coefficient is maximal. It's d divided by 2. 2 divided by 2 is 1. If you have something more interesting, like x to the 4th plus y to the 4th, then the learning coefficient can be smaller, and in this case, it's 1/2. Or something even more interesting, x to the 4th times y squared, well, the learning coefficient can be smaller still. Okay, so that's the geometric side. What about the algorithmic side? Well, for so-called minimally singular models, the learning coefficient is precisely the effective dimensionality. It's the effective number of parameters in your model. If you have a parameter that doesn't contribute to the function you're implementing, you can set it to any value and it doesn't change what you're doing, then it decreases the learning coefficient by 1/2. But in full generality, the learning coefficient seems to capture more than just this. A recent note by Daniel Murfitt showed that it seems to be related to runtime error correction, the ability of some learning machine to produce the same output even if there's a mistake internally. And we expect that in general, the learning coefficient is going to capture high-level algorithmic structure like these and probably more. Okay, so both this algorithmic and geometric aspect to it. If you want to compute the learning coefficient exactly, you need the sophisticated tooling of algebraic geometry, right? It's complicated. I can't do it. And in general, this is intractable. So we don't have exact solutions for large realistic models. It might be impossible. However, fortunately, it's possible to estimate this instead. And this is thanks to recent work by my collaborators in 2 papers by Lau et al. And Furman and Lau. All right, so to estimate the learning coefficient is going to require 2 ideas. So first, well, we're going to use this very useful formula, this estimator for the learning coefficient that's derived from a result by Watanabe. What you see here is it expresses the learning coefficient in terms of the average increase in loss from some starting point to points around it. Okay, so the key insights are that we're going to estimate this expectation value by sampling points in the neighborhood of my reference point using SGLD, stochastic gradient Langevin dynamics, which is just take an SGD step, add a little bit of Gaussian noise, and repeat. And the second key idea is that we're going to localize. So estimating the global learning coefficient might be intractable, but if you require that your samples are close to your starting point, then it does seem to be possible, and you can do this by introducing this localizing term. Okay, so it's very easy, right? Average increase in loss from some point to points in the neighborhood. This is easier than anything you can do that's based on a Hessian. Okay, so the learning coefficient is this principled measure of model complexity. It has this geometric aspect to it that lets us estimate it, even at scale, up to models with hundreds of millions of parameters. But still, this is kind of theoretical, right? What does this actually capture? What does it mean? Well, I'll show you in two toy examples. So the first are deep linear networks. These are neural networks without the nonlinearities. So you get a bunch of linear transformations together, and you get another linear transformation. Right? Functionally, it's not super interesting and not very expressive. However, geometrically, and in terms of the learning process, it is a very interesting problem. And thanks to recent results by Professor Aoyagi, we now have theoretical values for this model. So we understand it better than we do under other models. What you see here is that the local learning coefficient tracks the rank of the matrix that you are implementing. So as the rank increases, the learning coefficient increases. It's very straightforward and the kind of relationship you would expect if you had to reason about what model complexity would mean in this case. Now let's look at a second example. So this is the toy model of superposition introduced by Anthropic and then later investigated by my collaborators in this paper by Chen et al. So what happens here is we have a very simple autoencoder, maps from C dimensions to R dimensions and back up to C, adds a bias, and then applies a nonlinearity, a ReLU nonlinearity. So a one hidden layer autoencoder. Now what you find is that if you're mapping down to 2 dimensions, then you can plot the solutions, and they form these regular polygons. Now in particular, what you end up finding is that as these shapes that are encoded by the weights of this model become more sophisticated, you go from 4 gons to 5 gons to 6 gons, the learning coefficient increases. Right, and additionally, as you start to use more of your biases, in general, the learning coefficient is going to increase. So in a very intuitive way, the learning coefficient is capturing the complexity of the form, of the structure, in a way that you can see with your eyes. Okay, so in these toy models, we're starting to get a feel for, okay, yes, actually this learning coefficient captures complexity, captures model complexity in a way we expect. And the answer we're getting about what can we learn from structure from geometry is as follows, right? Geometric degeneracy, as measured by this local learning coefficient, reflects algorithmic complexity. Now the local learning coefficient is just a single scalar number. It's the tip of the iceberg. And we see many ways of breaking this apart, opening it further, to extract much more information about the models we're investigating. So we're just getting started. What about development? Well, let me try to introduce a developmental perspective without any reference to singular learning theory. Right? Sometimes it's the case that it's just easier to study changes and to integrate those changes than it is to study individual snapshots. And the hope of developmental interpretability is to use this idea to make interpretability easier. This doesn't require any appeal to learning theory. However, you get a very natural follow-up question, which is, what changes are you going to study? Is the relevant unit of change a single training step, or is it some larger object? And this is where SLT comes in. SLT suggests that the right unit of change is a geometric unit of change. In particular, it's a phase transition, defined in a very precise sense. So suppose we have 2 regions of weight space. What we can do is we can plot the free energy associated to those different regions, and we can see how that varies as you increase the number of samples. So blue is one region, orange is the other region. What you see is that as the number of samples increases, at some point, the minimum of the overall free energy can jump from one solution to the other. That's a first-order phase transition. The minimum of the free energy jumps to another critical point. The phase transition in the precise sense we mean in thermodynamics as well. Okay, so that's phase transitions. Are they even real? Yes. In toy models, the ones we just saw, these phase transitions exist. So you see that learning consists of a sequence of plateaus where the loss drops and the learning coefficient increases. So too in this toy model of superposition, the loss goes down, learning coefficient goes up in a stepwise fashion. Development in these models consists of phase transitions, which are geometrically determined. What about larger models? So this is still early work, but a recent paper we put out showed that in larger models, we also see this stage-wise development. If you're looking at just the loss, then you don't necessarily see any stages, right? The loss here is decreasing pretty steadily throughout all of training. But the learning coefficient shows this hidden stage-wise development. Turns out that these stages can actually be interpreted. So developmental interpretability seems interesting on its own grounds. And it's particularly when you combine it with SLT, then it starts to actually make sense. And we have early evidence that this kind of approach to interpretability is viable. So just as the singular model class consists of qualitatively distinct phases, so too the singular learning process consists of algorithmically and geometrically distinct stages. Right, to recap, we saw this relationship between structure, geometry, and development. And I asked the question, what is the nature of learned structure in neural networks? Now, this is still an open question. We don't have the final answer. But we're starting to get an answer that suggests that we should think of structure in geometric terms. Maybe a geometric approach to structure is the native one. Similarly, we should think of development as being fundamental to understanding structure. Maybe in a meaningful sense, you can't actually separate understanding structure from understanding development. There's a lot more to do. And so here, I will hand it over to all of you. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the house lights up. And any questions from the room?
So thanks for the interesting talk. I didn't follow everything of it, so how you exactly compute your metrics. What I'm interested in is the applications. So would it be right if I kind of speculate that, okay, if you see certain curves on the parameters that you're looking at to interpret the thing, if you see certain ways on how these parameters evolve, that would actually lead to the conclusion, okay, this model is dangerous or it might do weird things, and whereas if you see other parameters, you have the conclusion, this is probably safe and stable and will not do weird things. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
So several answers for that. So in terms of applications to interpretability, yeah, the hope is, well, the story you can concoct for this is the same story that you would have for any other approach to interpretability. Right? Understanding what's going on inside of the model might help you prevent dangerous abilities in the way that you described. So you want to understand where structure is forming, what the model is doing internally. As for other applications, I'm going to leave that to my colleague, who will give a talk in about 30 minutes from now. And I hope that that will answer your questions there.
Hi. So with the estimates of the local learning coefficient over multiple orders of magnitude in linear models, it was showing that it was sort of fairly accurate, but there seemed to be quite a fair bit of noise. And then with the kind of more detailed structure, we're looking at really quite subtle changes in the learning coefficient. So how can we be confident that the estimation process is really picking up the right signal there?
I'd say that like the order of estimates is more important than whether they're absolutely accurate. And we're pretty confident about that. You can do a bunch of checks for that.
Is there a particular way in which we could get that confidence about the order?
Yeah, I mean, that's further theoretical advances. Right? That's the best answer I can give right now. Yeah.
So I was wondering if you, okay, I'm gonna have to go through, I guess, like the preprint that you shared at the end, but if you could share, say, like a few more details about scalability to larger models, Because I think I can see, like, you know, if it was, say, like a larger multi-layer perceptron, I guess that, yeah, I can kind of picture that in my mind. But if it's, say, like a more complicated structure, I'm not really sure where to start, in a way. Like, you know, what's the Hessian matrix? I don't even know what the Hessian matrix of some transformer is supposed to be, I guess.
Yeah, so we've been looking at GPT-2 small. So there it works. It reveals interesting structure to the learning process. That's not published yet, so stay tuned for that. It'll come out at some point soon.
Great. So you gestured briefly at something beyond the learning coefficient, and saying that this is just one number. It does seem a little implausible that just from one number you're going to get that much new insight. Could you tell us more about what you have?
Yeah. That's a great question. So I think you see it here. I'm going to just leave it. So one very logical next thing you can do is look at a restricted local learning coefficient. Try to identify what part of the model is a given complexity increase coming from. So that gives you a basis for starting to do things like automatic circuit discovery. Right? If you understand that this ability all of a sudden appears at this range of training steps, and you see a spike in some restricted plot showing you what part of the model is gaining structure, that's a basis for probing further.
Is it meaningful to compare the LLC to other measures of model complexity, like the VC dimension, or is the VC dimension too broad?
So I think this demonstrates a key failure of a lot of classical learning theory. A lot of model complexity measures in classical learning theory are complexity measures of an entire model class. Right? So you get one number for all neural networks you can implement with a given architecture. So VC dimension is an example of this in the case of binary classification. So that's a weakness, because when you get these very expressive model classes like neural networks, you actually want to incorporate information about where you are within the model class. What phase are you in? What subset of the model class are you located in?
A question from the live stream.
We've got a question from the live stream. Does this research help detect emerging capabilities like deception in large language models, or is that detected in terms of complexity?
That's the hope. It's still early. I can't say anything like that confidently yet. The hope is that we will be able to say stuff about deception eventually, and I think that can actually be pretty soon. If we look at setups like these sleeper agent models, places where we deliberately train these toy models of deception. Yeah. Interesting question.
Yeah, so I actually have a really basic question. Is you showed the Bayesian information criterion, which had a number of parameters, and you said that was key to kind of to your argument. In general, when we train a model, we fix the number of parameters. So I guess I don't see that connection between you had the training process and structure. I don't see how the training process influences structure there. Basically, the structure, are you referring to structure as the structure of the model or as something else?
Yeah, particularly of the model. Although really you could talk about structure of the data and of the model separately. Yeah, so in terms of the link between development and structure, I guess I would appeal to a biological example. There's some particular sequence of events involved in building up the structure we are today. And when we start as a embryonic stem cell, we go through these differentiation events, and the embryo splits into these 3 layers, and those form the different organ systems of our body. So, the final structure you end up with depends in a very intimate way on the series of steps you went through.
I guess usually we fix the structure that when we train it, right? We choose we're going to train a GPT too small, and you've somehow fixed the structure there, right?
You fix a sort of external scaffold, right? But then you are allowed to fill in that structure as you see fit. And the structure internally is variable, right? One weight might not contribute if all of the ingoing activations to a neuron are 0. Then whatever the weight is that you multiply times the outgoing activation, it's not going to contribute to the model that you're implementing. But that's only the case if you've somehow set the ingoing activations to 0. So the structure depends on where you are in white space and how you got there over the course of learning.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more, maybe.
Thank you for talk, Jesse. I'm particularly interested in trying to understand the loss structure, right? And you normally think of it as sort of, you have like a manifold that's cut out of a higher dimensional space or something that you're traversing. But singular learning theory suggests that it's more like an algebraic variety that we should be thinking of, where we have to think about the particular singularities that are there. Can you give a sense of like what kind of singularities are we dealing with? What are they? What is a different way of conceptualizing this landscape?
Yeah, so I should say it's the level sets, right, are varieties. I don't have a good answer to this question yet. There's a lot of work to do here. You can see in certain toy examples, many of these examples where you just remove a parameter, right, where you just cut it out, and then for some duration you can walk in that direction in parameter space and it just doesn't do anything, so it's flat. And we expect that there are more interesting kinds of degeneracy where you get like a quartic contribution as you walk in the direction. And you see that in that example of this error correction in a slightly different setup, so it's not a neural network, but probably is still related to something you would see in real neural networks.
All right, thank you. I look forward to getting more insight into some of this later when we talk.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
On that note of getting more insight, do applaud. Thank you.
My pleasure. Do a little handshake.
Yeah. And I'd like to welcome Miki Aoyagi.
I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for providing me with the opportunity to present. My presentation is titled Running Efficiency of Multiple Neural Networks with Linear Units. And I will begin by providing some context before delving into my research findings. In the last 2 decades, remarkable progress has been done in singular running machine theories on the basis of algebraic geometry. These theories reveal that we need to find resolution maps of singularities for analyzing asymptotic behavior of state probability functions when the number of data increases. In particular, it is essential to construct normal crossing divisors of average log-log functions. In this talk, we show recent results for running coefficients in Bayesian running theory by obtaining normal crossing divisors of average log-log functions. Let x be the random variable and let qx represent the true probability density function. We assume that a set of n training samples are denoted as xn is independently and identically selected from qx. Now we consider a running model P and a priori probability density function phi, where W represents the parameter for running in a compact parameter space. The purpose of the running system is to estimate an unknown true probability density function Q from Xn using P and phi in Bayesian estimation. The aim of this producer is to approximate the true probability density function Q using n training samples Xn with the help of the running model P and a priori probability density function phi. Examples of n training samples Xn can include real data associated with image or speech recognition, among others. Likewise, example of running models encompass reduced rank regression, multi-layer neural networks, normal mixtures, and Boltzmann machine model. The purpose of the posterior probability density function of the parameter W obtained as a conditional probability density function of Xn with a priori probability density function phi and the running model P. The parameter beta is the inverse temperature, which is typically set to 1. We define Zn as follows. Then we have the predictive density function in Bayesian estimations. This component represents the posterior probability density function. We define the average log-logs function using okay. Using these relations. Then we obtain these relations. This part is referred to as the Kullback function, which is always non-negative and equals to 0 if and only if Q equal to P. Consequently, this part quantifies the measure between the true density function Q and the running model P. As a set of optimal parameters W0 minimizing LW, which in turn minimizing Kullback functions between Q and P. Assume that its log likely function has a relatively finite variance. Then we have a unique probability density function P0 for all W0. Let F represent the logarithm of P0 over P, and let K be the average of F. Now we proceed with the resolution of singularities for this function K. We have a proper analytic map pi from manifold Q to double and the following condition holds. Here, psi represents the priori probability density function, and pi dash is a Jacobian of pi. On each local coordinate, both pi dash phi and k exhibit normal crossing, where U is a local analytic coordinate system on U, and k and h are non-negative integers, and A and B are analytic functions. And we define Cn as follows. The random variable Cn converted to a Gaussian process with mean 0 and a variance of 2. Next, we determine the running coefficient lambda and its order, theta, multiplicity theta, using the value k and h. The running coefficient lambda is defined as the minimum value of hj plus 1 over 2kj. Let theta denote its order, which is the maximum cardinality of this set, where hj plus 1 over 2 kj is equal to lambda. And now we theoretically define a singular fluctuation nu using lambda and theta. This refers to the sum of local coordinates that achieves the learning coefficient lambda and its order theta, where Cn is a convergence in the distribution of Cn and is a random variable of Gaussian process with mean zero and covariance defined by this. And let Zn be the Bayesian generalization loss. And this part is known as the Bayes generalization error, which measures the callback distance between the predictive density function and the true probability density function. It provides insight into how accurately the predictive density function P can approximate the true density function Q. And let Tn be a Bayes training loss. And this part is the Bayesian training error representing the empirical callback distance between the predictive density function and the true probability density function. Watanabe proved the following two relations using lambda and nu. And using these relations, we have developed two model selection methods, WAIC and cross-validation. When we set Wn and Cn according to these equations, we can establish the following relations, where Zn represent the generalization loss. And these relations show that the WAIC and the cross-validation can estimate the Bayesian generalization loss Zn from data Xn and the learning model P without any knowledge of the true probability density function. In real-world applications or experiments, we often do not have access to the true distribution. We only know the value of the training loss. Our goal is to estimate the true distribution from the training samples. So this demonstrates the effectiveness of these relations. We can select the most suitable model from among several statistical models by observing these values. Also, based on free energy, which is shown by Watanabe, we have model selection methods widely applicable Bayesian information criterion, WBIC, and a singular Bayesian information criterion, SBIC. The SBIC uses the learning coefficients very effectively with a fixed point equation system of marginal likelihoods, while the WAIC, the cross-validation, and the WBIC do not need these coefficients in practice. The learning coefficients are known as the log canonical threshold in algebraic geometry. And theoretically, these values can be obtained by Hironaka theorem. However, these thresholds are studied mainly on the complex field or the algebraic field, a closed field in algebraic geometry and algebraic analysis. There are many differences for a real and complex field. For example, log canonical thresholds over the complex field are less than 1, whereas those over the real field are not necessarily so. Also, it is still difficult to obtain these thresholds of learning models for several reasons, such as degeneration with respect to their Newton polyhedral and the non-isolation of their singularities. Therefore, it is one of interesting problems, even in mathematics, to obtain these thresholds. In this talk, we show the exact values for learning coefficients of multiple layer neural networks with linear units. Multiple neural networks with linear units are simple. However, very important models because these models gives us essential information from data of input-output layers. Moreover, these models are very close to multiple layer neural networks with rectified linear units. We show the learning coefficients of multiple layer neural networks with linear units are bounded even though the number of layers goes to infinity, which means that the main term asymptotic expansion of the free energy and generalization error of singular models are much smaller than the dimension of its parameters. Let W be the set of parameters. AS is a simple matrix of size HS times HS plus 1. This model has H1 output units and HL plus 1 input units, and HS hidden units in each hidden layer. Denote the input value by X. With dimension HL plus 1 and the output value Y with dimension H1. And Y and is obtained by multiplication of the matrix A and input value X with the addition of Gaussian noise. Consider the statistical model with Gaussian noise. Assume that optimal parameters, optimal probability density function for all W0, where W0 is a set of optimal parameters defined using A stars. Let R be the rank of this matrix. Let MS equal to HS minus R. And let MSJ, MS1 and MSJ L plus 1 is a subset of M1 and ML plus 1 that satisfies these conditions. In simple terms, MSJ represents the set of relatively smaller values within MS. Let M be the integer such that this condition holds. And let and L plus 1 is a number of this sequence. And define A by these equations using MS and M and L. We have the following result. R is the rank of the optimal probability density function, and H1 represents the number of units in the output layer, and HL plus 1 is the number of units in an input layer, and L plus 1, L and L plus 1 is the cardinality of the number of sequences MS1 and MSL plus 1. And we have the order multiplicity by using A. If all MS are the same, we obtain this result. L represents the number of layers, and if all MS are the same and MS is equal to 100, we obtain these graphs. One is for lambda, and the other is the for theta. L represent the number of layers. So the main theorems imply that even though model complexities are increased, generalization errors are decreased when the number of layers is increased. This fact seems to be one of the reasons for multiple layer neural networks having better efficiency for running. So generalization error are measured by the callback distance between the true probability function and the predictive functions, which is equal to lambda over n. For example, if the matrix size are all the same, H1 times H1, then lambda goes to this value as the L goes to infinity, where R denotes the rank of the optimum probability density function P0 and L plus 1 the number of layers. On the other hand, its order goes to infinity as L goes to infinity. As the value HS becomes larger, R and the generalization error increases, and the depth of the layers increases, these decrease. This seems to explain the reason why general descent occurs in machine learning. General descent is a phenomenon that both of generalization error and training errors decreases. And this is the outline of the proof. But anyway, I stopped here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor? One from Jess, who was just on stage. Hello.
Thank you, Professor Aoyagi. I was wondering, what's next? What's the next project to understand? So after deep linear networks, after these models.
Deep network?
Yeah, so deep linear networks, these neural networks with linear units are now understood. You've solved them. What comes next?
Next, okay, I see. So I want to get the running questions for ReLU also. And ReLU is, of course, natural analytic. But I think I think even if the continuous, we can discuss similarly for non-analytic functions. So ReLU is so if so ReLU is 0 for negative values, and then so the units, corresponding units are removed. So a little bit more efficient than I think linear neural networks. So, but still, I'm considering, but I can get. I don't have exact values.
Yes, one more. So, what about other activation functions, TANH or
okay,
GEL?
yes. I have several results for hyperbolic tangent, TANH. But still, only for small models. Of course, I want to get more, more general cases. But I think for neural networks with hyperbolic tangent or exponential functions, so resistive resistive functions, I think the layers goes into infinity, and generalization error, that is running coefficients, will decrease. I think this is my conjecture, but I think that such phenomena occurs also in general neural networks.
Thank you for your talk. Could you tell us a little bit more about the double descent, effect that you found? Because I thought it was very interesting, so I would like to, I guess, hear a little bit more about the intuition at least.
So this curve, so because usually, so model complexities are increased, the generalization, so people thought the generalization errors are increased. But, lambda is decreasing for, this, so Karlbach distance, and this is a generalization error. So, and is lambda over n. So, number of layers increased. Layers, layers deep running. Then, generalization error decreased. So, divergent phenomenon is model complexities are increased. Then the then the generalization error generalization error decreased. So. I think so. It is efficient to increase layers. I think this shows that this result shows that the theoretical reasons of double descent, because the curve is decreased. This is the after 100. So because this is 100, then this value is the same. This is converted to one values. So yeah.
Is there some kind of phase transition, like to get double descent, or does it just happen smoothly?
So yes, I just talk about phase transition. So this is neural networks finds better parameters, and so at the time to find better parameters, beta parameters So better parameters, then phase transition occurs. But this lambda is the best parameters, around best parameters, around the only best parameters. So for around the best parameters, we have this curve. So so phase transition is finding the best parameters. So a little bit different, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
We have time for one more, I think, and then.
Thank you very much for your talk. I have one question. So, as on the slide, you use for generalization errors callback distance, but in modern day AI, it was found that callback distance is not so really helpful when we work with our very high dimensional distributions, and this gave rise to optimal transport theory applications, including like Wasserstein distance. And my question is, have you studied or have you thoughts on how well the foundings of your really brilliant work would be generalized to other generalization errors, such as solutions for optimal transport problem?
So you mean so callback distance has for true distribution, but you said usually true distribution is unknown. No,
I'm saying for generalization, you use callback distance, callback linear distance between true distribution and cool. But if we change callback distance to some other, let's say, Wasserstein distance or anything else, how well the foundings would be generalized to this case?
I see. Okay. I see. Anyway, so I think, for example, some of square error, so callback distance is very similar to some of errors of some of errors, square errors. So I think it's not so difficult to change other distance. So because anyway, because anyway, so essential point, I think is the same. So I think I did not try it, but I think it is possible. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Quantity.
The qualitative results would not change, is your conjecture?
So other distance projection.
Changing the distance metric would change.
Sorry.
If I understand your conjecture, it's that the qualitative results that you've derived would not change with a different distance metric.
Yes, maybe. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Aoyagi-san.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome Stan van Wingerden to conclude our DevIntel block.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stan van Wingerden. It still says the previous. Oh, yeah, that's right. Cool. My name is Stan van Wingerden. Like my colleague Jesse Hoogland before, I work for TAIS, where I am responsible for planning, finances, and maintaining some of our internal tools. But that's not what I'm going to be talking about today. Today, I'll be talking about what promise singular learning theory has for AI alignment. And I want to start briefly with a recap of the last hour or so of talks by Professor Aoyagi and by my colleague Jesse Hoogland. Jesse gave us a brief overview of SLT, a primer of the most important results from it. and also motivated the case for why we should care about singular learning theory or learning theory more generally. Then Professor Aoyagi gave us an example of how the singular learning theory, well, sausage gets made, as it were. She presented a result that was very important to one of the key questions that Timaeus was struggling with. But we'll get to that in a bit. Most of the last hour has been about theory. This will be about impacts to alignment. And I'm structuring this using this diagram of Jesse's, the correspondence between geometry, structure, and development as suggested by singular learning theory. I'm going to be answering what this means for alignment, and we'll see that all three of these different things have separate contributions that they can make to alignment. In this talk, I will be going over a bunch of references. Some of these Jesse discussed before, but I'm going to place them in a different context, only discussing different takeaways from them. I also want to emphasize that whenever I say we in this talk, I don't just mean Timaeus, I mean a very diverse group of people. We're working with a bunch of different collaborators, and none of the things that I'm going to be talking about here could have existed without the work of all of these people, and we're very thankful to them. Right, so let's get into it. So the way I'm structuring this is first I'm going to briefly discover the past of singular learning theory for alignment, some of the key issues we struggled with in the past, moving on to our present thinking on the matter, and then finally ending with some more speculative future notes. So in the past, now if you were hoping for a history of singular learning theory, you're looking at the wrong guy, but I briefly want to talk about a very short version of the history, which is the publication of the book Algebraic Geometry and Statistical Learning Theory by Professor Watanabe. Was published about 15 years ago. Now for machine learning standards, maybe that's extremely old. For mathematics, I wouldn't say that's quite true. Recapping the things that are in this, Jesse already mentioned this previously, but regular statistics is not the right tool for analyzing singular models like neural networks are. Instead, we should use SLT, and SLT suggests some more refined notions of things to measure rather than generalization error being proportional to things like model size or parameter count. Instead, we should use more sophisticated measures like the local learning coefficient. Skipping over a lot of work done before this and a lot of work after this, and moving ahead to about 1 year ago, a small group of us first started to think about what this could mean for alignment. And the first formalization as an answer to the question that we ended up with is developmental interpretability. The idea that using singular learning theory, we can make a foundation for understanding learned structure in neural networks. This was our first attempt to answer this question, and the idea was that this developmental perspective would reflect geometrical things in the model, which would then in turn reflect algorithmic structure the model learns over the course of development. The idea was to kickstart a theory experiment feedback loop, as it were, by starting at a place that we can do quick experiments. So we then narrowed this down a bit more, and about 8 months ago, we formalized a couple of more questions. Can we actually estimate this local learning coefficient that SLT talks about? Second of all, does this idea that this developmental approach helps understand models, does that even make sense, or does all structure show up at the same time? Third of all, using this theory or using this perspective, can we make non-trivial predictions about simple models? I think the answers to these questions were all positive, so let me walk you through the key results. In the quantifying degeneracy paper, we found that the local learning coefficient can actually be estimated. On the right-hand side, we see that it gets the values correct in some very simple normal crossings from SLT. And on the left-hand side, we see that the ordinality in 2 million parameter MNIST models is preserved. Now, this is important because we probably care a bit more about relative comparisons between models in a given class than about accuracy, about models individually. So we thought this was good news. Moving on to the toy models of superposition, which is a model of superposition where we have a C-dimensional space projected onto an R-dimensional space, projected back into a C-dimensional space. Now, obviously, there's going to be some loss there, except for the fact that this model uses a ReLU. So the right way or the best way to make this reconstruction happen is by projecting this C-dimensional space in superposition into the R-dimensional space. I won't get into too much of the details here, but what we found that yes, there's actually phase transitions. These phase transitions co-occur with increases in the local learning coefficient, and specifically I want to draw your attention to the middle two plots. On the left-hand side, we see that using estimated local learning coefficients, what phases are predicted by SLT. On the right-hand side, we see empirically what phases are actually favored in the posterior as approximated by MCMC sampling. And we see that the crossover point from the 5-gon to the 6-gon happens at almost exactly the dataset size that SLT predicts it should, using, again, these estimated learning coefficients. So that's good news. That's, in this toy model, non-trivial prediction that SLT or this developmental perspective makes. So far so good. We thought LLC can be estimated. This seems sensible. There's some non-trivial predictions to make, but let's move the goalposts a little bit. And let's try and see if this is actually scalable, if this gives us traction in understanding larger model behavior in non-toy settings, and if this can have something to say about alignment. Which brings us to the present. So recently we put a bunch of papers on the archive. The first of these is about scaling the local learning coefficient to about 100 million parameters. Furman and Lau devised an algorithm for calibrating the local learning coefficient estimates, which we see in these deep linear models from Aoyagi's talk before, gets the estimates to the right order of magnitude, even though there's still some noise here. It also satisfies some other desiderata, which I won't get into here. But I want to emphasize that this was a big deal for us. We didn't really know whether this would scale. We only had ordinality in relatively small models thus far. And Aoyagi's formula on the exact quantity for local learning coefficients in deep linear networks made this possible. So we're very grateful for this contribution. We also looked at in-context learning. The reason we cared about in-context learning is that this is a safety relevant thing. What happens in context learning is that models get better at making predictions as their context length or as they see more inputs. This starts being safety relevant because it's in some sense when models start to learn from data, not through weights, but at runtime. And we found here that although phase transitions aren't really visible when looking at the loss, we see that we can actually divide the developmental the developmental progress into several stages. So this is not, we kind of loosened the definition of phase transitions and rather talked about developmental stages. This local learning coefficient increases within a stage, flattens out at stage boundaries, increases again, flattens out again. We saw this across two different kinds of models, 3 million two-layer attention-only transformers and 50K linear regression transformers, giving us some confidence that this is a more universal phenomenon. There should be a little hat here, sorry about that. Furthermore, these stages are interpretable. In the language model case, we found, using standard MacInterp techniques, that the model first learns bigrams, 2-place statistics of language, then n-grams, essentially n-place statistics of language, before forming first previous token heads and then induction heads. In the linear regression transformer, we saw something very similar. We also used another technique, which we call essential dynamics. In essential dynamics, we take a subsample of our data set, pass it through the model for every one of our checkpoints. We then get a giant matrix of, well, size of the subsample times number of checkpoints times, well, number of tokens or logits, which is a humongous tensor that we can then apply principal component analysis to. This is similar to what Anthropic did in the toy models of superposition paper. Not sure if that's the right one, but you can look up the actual reference. What we saw is that there's curves in this PC space co-occurring with boundaries between stages. This happens not just in the first two principal components, but in the third as well. These three PCs explain about 70% of variance in this original matrix, so it's natural to ask, what's in the middle here? What's the thing that the model is sort of curving around? These points we call forms, and because they live in PC space, we can lift these forms back up into the original high-dimensional logit space. We've printed the top 15 logits here, and we think that this form is itself interpretable. This form seems to be doing something related to word completion, which is where the next word starts with a space. If you look closely at this graph, there's a second point where this happens. give you a second to see if you can see where it is. The answer is here. We think this form is associated with induction. Now, for the sake of time, I won't get into the details here. The takeaway from this paper is that yes, although phase transitions don't show up as discretely, developmental stages do exist, and we can interpret them for large models using the LLC, MECinterp techniques, and essential dynamics. So the answers to the question of whether it's scalable and tractable were yes. The answer to whether it's relevant, I think, is also yes. But if we want to solve alignment, there's much more we could do. And we also need to do it a lot faster. So that brings us to the future. Now, I want to clarify here that this is future work. Therefore, it's more speculative, and it's on a different evidential basis than the previous. So please keep this in mind. There's two kinds of future work I'm going to talk about. The first of these are projects, which is, say, things we're currently doing. The other is things we're going to do in the future, even more uncertain. First off, we're doing DevInterp on even larger models. We're doing DevInterp right now on GPT-2 Small. What you see here is the first output of that using a little dashboard. So that's how you know that's an in-progress work. And we're developing weight and data-restricted variants of this essential dynamics and of this local learning coefficient to help review new capabilities of models, possibly in an unsupervised fashion. We hope, apart from helping with interp, that this would help with a new type of evals, possibly building towards understanding-based evals. We're also doing DevInterp of reinforcement learning models in a very similar way. The hope here is that we can find, through these essential dynamics techniques, something like goal formation or self-identification. Apart, again, from having impact on interp, this could possibly also help clarify thinking about treacherous turns or sharp left turns, where our reinforcement learning agents suddenly do something different. Now, taking a step back, recall that DevInterp was just one formalization of what singular learning theory could contribute to alignment. The actual picture Jesse introduced looked like this. So it's natural to ask, apart from this developmental perspective, what could geometry and structure contribute? Now, this is where we get into even more speculative territory, but I want to briefly talk about what these two things could do. So for geometry, we call the project structural generalization. Because the model, architecture, the data set, and the geometry all interact, it's natural to ask what effect a change in the data has on model geometry. This could help answer questions of where structure could break, where it breaks, and which parts of the data could be responsible for it. A similar and maybe easier question is, what's the effect of fine-tuning on model geometry? Can this shed light on what sort of stuff gets destroyed during fine-tuning, for example? Now, again, apart from impacts on interp, this could namely help with mechanistic anomaly detection, or more generally, provide a theory of out-of-distribution generalization. Moving on to structure, we can try to cast the problem of program synthesis as a project of statistical inference. So in program synthesis, a program gets constructed from lower level algorithmic specifics. Similarly, in statistical inference, the data informs an equivalence class of parameters. And the way that we can make these two talk to one another is by, for example, giving certain smooth relaxations of Turing machines. These smooth relaxations of Turing machines are essentially statistical, which brings the toolkit of SLT into play when talking about programs and proofs. We hope that this idea or this approach could help formalize thoughts about inductive biases. As mentioned before, Daniel Murford has a post out clarifying that in this smooth Turing machine setting, the local learning coefficient includes error correction. So it's possible for these smooth Turing machines with error correction to have a local learning coefficient than those without. This could also help with foundations of interpretability, as it could allow us to help look for what, for example, a for loop could look like geometrically. So the answer to the question of what could SLG contribute to alignment is threefold. From the developmental perspective, we can hope to understand internal model structure using what is known as developmental interpretability. And we think this is looking pretty good thus far. We have some experimental evidence, even though there's a lot more to do. Somewhat more speculatively, the two other things we set out to do are understanding out-of-distribution generalization through this correspondence of geometry, model architecture, and data. We call this structural generalization. Thirdly, we hope to shed some light on inductive biases through this project of the geometry of program synthesis. Which brings me to the end of my talk. If there's more that you want to know about this, I suggest you follow these links, join the Discord, look at the list of publications, or just play around with the tools that we've built for estimating the local learning coefficient yourself. Because if there's one thing to take away from this, when it comes to relating SLT to alignment, there's simply so much more that we can do. Thank you very much.
All right, I know you're all probably pretty hungry, but any questions before we clock off for lunch?
Hi. I was wondering if you could, I know it was in the future speculative section, but the SLT for anomaly detection, obviously the SLT, we're normally just talking about the weights. So is it the idea that we're sort of understanding when we're going into different functional parts of the weight space? Or could you just expand on that intuition a bit, please?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the idea is that you want to, let me formalize anomaly detection as seeing sort of which parts of the data either sort of have the unexpected behavior that we're looking for, and a sort of theory of generalization of how the data influences model geometry and thereby influences model structure could help answer that question. That's the idea behind it. Now, this is still in the sort of gestational phase, right? So for more details, you just have to wait for a little bit.
Thank you. This may be a follow-up question. I don't understand this area well enough, so I don't know. You'd made a suggestion that there was a had you suggested there was a relationship between the phase transitions and then changes in model behavior, and if so, is that where we need to be particularly concerned about assessing?
So in the toy models of superposition case, I would say yes, because the change from the foregone, the sort of projection of 4 dimensions into the 2D space, to the 5 dimensions in the 2D space, that's a phase transition. In these language model cases that we saw, this isn't as discrete. We talk about developmental stages rather than phase transitions, but still it seems like maybe we can try to use the learning coefficient to detect changes in these developmental stages. ICL suggests that this is possible, the ICL paper I should say. That's not to say that we've attempted this in a like larger setting, for example, in GPT-2 small. You probably need to do some more sophisticated things. But I think the intuition there is right that this could help with that. But I think we need to do more in order to be confident of that.
Is there a sense, sorry, I might have missed this as well, a sense in which a developmental stage is a generalization of a phase transition? Is that what you were just suggesting?
I think it's more of a loosening of the idea of phase transition. So there's not really critical points in this extremely high dimensional phase that the model passes through. So you have to let go of this somewhat, of this notion of even though the developmental process is influenced by the critical points, you don't really pass by them anymore. You spend some time in their influence. So it's a sort of loosening of this idea because it probably doesn't apply exactly to larger and larger models.
So a phase transition occurs at a particular point, a developmental
are a bit fuzzier, yeah. So in this picture that I showed before, the boundaries are relatively clear, but you should think of them as somewhat smoother, and everything happens a bit more continuously than in the toy models of superposition case, where these changes happen much more suddenly.
Okay, let's talk after. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Can we get a mic over to Espen?
So I'm curious how SLT introduces this sort of quite crisp distinction of how a model is developing, right? How does this compare to, for example, existing mechanistic interpretability techniques, or just at every step of learning, rerunning a series or a suite of evaluation tools And what do you think you can garner more or differently or complementary to these methods?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the third. I think it's mostly complementary. If you look at standard MacInterp techniques, I think the ICL paper shows that these two things go together really well, and probably you want not just a developmental perspective. I mean, unless this whole geometry of program synthesis works out like 10 years from now, right? But so far, I think these things are complementary. They could work well together. But the success of one also doesn't really depend on the success of the other. Maybe we can say more, maybe there's developments in MacInterp.
Thank you.
Do we have a question from the live stream? We've not had one for a while. No? All right. There were some hands raised towards the back of the room.
Thanks. Yeah, not very related to alignment per se, but if I'm training a model and I look at the curves at the local learning rate, can this help me in any way train faster or maybe control some hyperparameters and essentially use it as a developing tool rather than as a monitoring tool?
I don't know. That's not really something we're looking into because that's not really the motivation for doing this in the first place. So, no idea.
Thank you very much for the talk. The ideas about program synthesis via singular learning theory were really exciting. And could you please tell just a little bit on what's the status? I mean, are you planning to do this or you are actually already doing something? And if so, like, do you have...
So if you want to read more
plans?
about this, let's see if I can still control my presentation. There's a post on Less Wrong that clarifies this idea of this smooth relaxation of a Turing machine. I'm not going to walk through my entire presentation, but that's something you can read more. I think in this specific setting, we can already say things. Now, what the impact that has on alignment, that leads to a lot more work. And that's something that's a much longer research project. But if you want to know about the exact status, I suggest you read that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. This is a very interesting talk. Excuse me. How expensive is performing this LLC estimator during training? I mean, I assume that there's some bounds that you're not on every pass, you're not running an estimator, and you're not, these graphs that you drew are not super high resolution. How expensive are these?
So roughly, I think right now, it's about as expensive as training the model. This is not something we've optimized at all. There's probably a lot that we can do here, but because we're dealing with small models, this just seems acceptable, seems fine to do. Essential dynamics is a bit easier to do because you do forward passes during training anyway, so that's maybe a little bit cheaper. But right now, if you take away from this order of magnitude the same, I'm happy.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry for jumping in again. I'm curious if you know of the application of computational mechanics to learning dynamics in networks and how you see that sort of relate that perspective on learning to DevInterp in this case.
Yeah, again, I would say that these are complementary perspectives. I think computational mechanics talks about specific ways of analyzing model internals. Maybe there's a useful contribution to be made there. I don't know what that would look like, and I'm not enough of an expert in computational mechanics or SLT to judge.
All right. We have one more question from the front.
Thank you very much. And in this slide, you talk about out of distribution generalization. So is it applicable? I'm not familiar with this single SLT, but is it possible to use this in reinforcement learning, like offline reinforcement learning?
That's a good question that I haven't thought about. I think hopefully if the structural generalization program works out, then yes, that's something you want to say something about. But as this is still sort of gestational, something we need to develop our thoughts more on, I think it's too early to say.
There is no work yet.
I mean, there's in-progress work of Devonter of reinforcement learning, but not on structural generalization.
Thank you very much.
One more, maybe? Manuel?
Thank you. So I was wondering if you could add like a few words. I was very interested like with the beginning of your presentation about in-context learning. So in context learning, like in my understanding, is still like, you know, a bit of a mystery to some extent. So I'm going to ask you very boldly, do you think you solved in-context learning? Do you think we now get it?
No, I don't think we've completely solved it. I
What
think
are we
it is.
missing?
Sorry?
What are we missing?
So, I mean, this is, again, speculative, right? But I think there's something that's interesting that's going on in context learning where we want to do interp on algorithms that the weights execute rather than the weights themselves. And that's a tough problem using standard mech-interp techniques. Now, maybe I'll be surprised and we get big progress in this direction. That I would love for that to be true. But I think maybe there you want to have a more statistical description of the algorithm that the model executes. I think, again, this is future work. Maybe SLT is a good fit for this, but this is not work we started on.
Okay, I think I'm going to draw things to a close there. So thank you, Stan. Lovely to have you. All right, that is the end of our morning session. Please vacate the auditorium, grab some lunch. We will be back at 1:30, I believe, to do our next session. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Please file in, take a seat. You have a few minutes. Come in, come in. Sit anywhere you like. The seats at the front, very open. Easy to get to if you want to ask questions. All right, just as the last few people trickle in, let's begin our afternoon sessions, starting with our keynote speaker, Dan Hendrycks.
Okay, glad to see everybody's here. Okay, so I'm going to talk about malicious use. Basically, we have a problem that as the AI systems get more intelligent and powerful, people can also use these systems for harm. So we have some capabilities like we want AI systems to be smarter to help with biology, but that could also help them be more capable at building a bioweapon. Or they could learn more about how to use a computer and program, but that could help them be better able at hacking. Or they could understand humans better, and that could make them be more empathetic in some ways, but that could also make them better at manipulation. So we have a problem that the risk from malicious use increases as the systems continue to scale and become more capable. And what we want to do is we want to reduce the risks of that malicious use. So I'm going to talk about how we measure the risks from some particular forms of malicious use, and then propose a method to mitigate those risks. So the White House executive order focuses on some potential malicious use risks. They highlight 3 different categories. One is CBRNs, chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear weapons. Another category is them being maliciously used as cyber weapons. And then the third is them being used as for deception or obfuscation. And basically, this executive order from the White House is making the AI labs like XAI, OpenAI, and others evaluate their systems for their malicious use potential. Unfortunately, there isn't actually a measurement out there. So when I was visiting the White House, some person there suggested that maybe come up with some measurement because we have the policy written and they're going to have to start measuring it, but there isn't actually any benchmark. So, but I don't want to just do evaluation. I want to actually have the risks be reduced. If we're having a benchmark say there is a risk that they will use it for a bioweapon, that's not good enough. We already know that as they become more capable, once they're human level, of course, just by definition, they'll be able to build a bioweapon. So we instead need to not just focus on assessment, but also risk mitigation. But to do risk mitigation, we need to have the research community come up with methods to reduce those risks. That requires making the data and the evaluation public so that they can see the number go down, see the malicious use number go down. But that could be a problem in the case of bioweapons, because if you're evaluating what's its capability of creating a bioweapon, if you're putting bioweapon cookbooks out there and saying, can it fill in the gaps in these bioweapon cookbooks, that's extremely dangerous. And that also violates the US Bioterrorism Act. So we've got a bit of a problem in evaluating malicious use. So what we did was we created this data set called the Weapons of Mass Destruction Proxy Data Set, which has proxy measures for some of the things we care about, like its ability to build a bioweapon, or being used as a cyber weapon, or chemical weapons. Hopefully, in the next month or two, we'll get radiological and nuclear weapons. But the main idea is we're using proxies. We're not revealing the information hazards or the sensitive information. We're not saying, oh, here's how you could build a civilization-destroying pandemic, and maybe can the model fill in the gaps in this cookbook? We're not doing that. So instead what we're doing is we are probing its knowledge about related things. So does it know about some of the more dual-use research areas like reverse virology? Or in the case of cyber weapons, does it know how to use a particular hacking tool? Does it know like many of the API calls and things like that? So in this way, if we get rid of that hacking API knowledge or knowledge about reverse genetics, then it will be a lot less capable at achieving these types of malicious use. At the same time, we don't want to delete too much. I mean, if we're deleting the mitochondria as the powerhouse of the cell, I don't think that's going a bit too far in reducing these sorts of capabilities. So what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to remove the yellow and, by extension, get rid of the red while preserving the green. So that's the basic idea for assessing the risks from these in a public way and reducing the risks by excising or carving out or removing or expunging or whatever you want to call it, the yellow blobs. To zoom into this process a bit, we are getting at precursors. So if we remove some information about enhanced potential of pandemic pathogens, that would be something we could remove, or we could remove neighboring concepts. If it knows about this specific fact, it likely knows about this other type of related fact as well. So that's the level of, that's how we can get some indirection, do this in a safer way. What we're doing, though, is we are using just multiple choice questions for querying knowledge. I'll speak at the end of how we can go further than just the multiple choice text questions. And the main challenge of this was finding experts. This is largely a management challenge because experts, maybe they're willing to write like 30 questions and they'll get exhausted. And there are only a few experts, or maybe a couple dozen experts in each specific area. So there's a substantial amount of just wrangling and convincing some people, hey, you know, can you allocate some of the time for this, and making this agreeable enough for them to work on it in these many different areas. That's why we don't have radiological and nuclear yet, because they're a lot harder to find, but I think recently we found some people who can help with that. The questions are written by subject area experts. And what we needed to do was we needed to try and make sure we're covering the larger risk chains in each of these areas. So for instance, for bioweapons, the risk chain is first ideation, and then one can design a bioweapon. You know, you culture the mammalian cells, et cetera, and it gets built. You test whether it actually does the thing. You learn, did it succeed or not? Maybe we need to iterate or redo something to make it happen. And then eventually it gets released. And this is, at a high level, what goes on in building a bioweapon, but I'm not revealing too much specifically. In the case of cyber, what you do first is collect background information on the target, then you identify vulnerabilities, then you exploit that by gaining unauthorized access, and then once you have gotten into the system, then you can carry out your various tasks. So that's the threat model at a high level for cybersecurity. Why would we care about the cybersecurity ones? You can imagine that the people using some advanced AI system could attack critical infrastructure, such as like power grids and whatnot, with these AI systems in the future. So if you're wanting to hear more about these threat models in detail, you can check out the safe.ai/blog, where we have a specific post on the bio threat and a specific post on the cyber threat, just to zoom into it. Because I'm not claiming that AIs them being able to hack is generally a bad thing. It's in some specific context is it potentially catastrophic. If they're finding a Chrome vulnerability, okay, it gets patched the next day, maybe that's not so bad. Maybe that just continued the cat and mouse game further. But other things like power grids and things like that aren't updated overnight. In fact, many of those haven't been updated in many years. So although we could, in theory, patch them, and that the AIs could come up with patches for them, if they're just not getting updated, then they're sitting ducks. So this is where AI can make the risks that we'd face fairly different, that random people could just attack critical infrastructure, whereas there'd be substantial barriers to entry. You're actually talking about like civilizational destabilization because some rogue actors can actually pull that off with very little effort or costs imposed on them if AIs can facilitate that. So why does that matter for existential risk? If, you know, some people might ask, that could matter because that type of instability could fan the fuel for some sort of global turbulence or great power conflict. If countries' power grids are down and things like that, that might be a reasonable time for attacking. Probability of X risk condition on World War III or some great power conflict greatly increases. So I'm just used to the older days when you need to defend why are you focusing on malicious use and things like that. So how are we going to reduce the capabilities, some of these hazardous capabilities? Well, here's a complicated figure for you. Here's a method we are proposing, which is an unlearning method where we have a forget term and a retain term. Let me just walk through the retain term. So we're going to make adjustments to the model, but we don't want the model forgetting everything it knew. We're trying to remove some of the information, but we don't want to get rid of the generic biology knowledge or the generic computer knowledge when we're deleting advanced virology or some specific cyber capabilities. So for this, we're just sampling from some distribution called the retain distribution. That can just be like Wikipedia text. And we're saying, model, make sure your representations are like what they were originally before we started this unlearning process. So that's all this term is doing. This other term is doing something a little more interesting. There's a forget distribution. The forget distribution depends. So we could take PubMed articles from, that are more dual use in nature. So reverse virology papers, for instance. And we could prompt the model. Let's go back. We could prompt the model to say, but before it sees that reverse virology paper, it's being prompted that you are a novice in reverse virology. And then that's put in front of the actual paper, and then the model gets a representation. That's called the novice representation. Then we feed in the PubMed paper, the reverse virology paper again. You are an expert in reverse virology. And then that gives us that representation. And then it's also fed in normally. What happens is we're subtracting this novice direction from this expert direction. And that's basically pointing in that more novice-like direction. So it's sort of activation pattern or its representations are more in a novice-like direction. And that nudges the model to read the paper and process that type of data as though it's more of a novice. So that's the forget loss, basically. Nudge it to think more like a novice. We'll have an update to the paper where we simplify this slightly in maybe a week or two, but the performance is about the same. It might just be slightly simpler than this, just as an aside. That's the method, forget and retain, and it looks like, here's information about the unlearning corpora. It looks like it works to some extent. We can see the virology information and the bioweapon information goes down to near random chance. The cyber weapon goes down to random chance. And MMLU, which is a data set we made some years ago, is largely preserved. A slight decrease in, there's a slight decrease in some of the bio and cyber types of areas. So it's almost production ready. This is one of the early papers on unlearning, so it's not completely solved. I've been wanting to get that to be a little bit smaller so that you can suggest this to industry, but hopefully with some additional work there won't be any trade-off in practice. And so it looks like it's possible to substantially disrupt the representation so that the models no longer have it in their capacity to answer those types of questions or demonstrate type of knowledge. Here's its performance on some different subjects inside of MMLU. So you can see there's some slight degradation on college computer science or computer security, introductory, not advanced. There's a hit that should be probably closer to the blue line. And introductory virology goes down to around random chance levels. That shouldn't be happening. It's introductory virology. So there's still a way to go in improving the precision of the technique because it's deleting a bit too much introductory knowledge. Ideally, we'd just be excising the expert knowledge and not necessarily the introductory knowledge. Then if people are wanting a model with the expert knowledge inside of it, they could just get approval. If they're a virology PhD student, they could then ask OpenAI specifically for those. So we're not saying nobody can have access to these capabilities, but you should make sure that it makes sense. In much the same way that if you want to do experiments on Ebola, you get clearance first. If you're wanting an AI that is capable of building a bioweapon, you need some approval beforehand. That's basically we're wanting to make that possible and give the companies the ability to require or to have their models have some specific capabilities be deleted. I should note that the pipeline for this is if a user is fine-tuning the model maliciously, before the model is handed back to the user, you run the unlearning technique. And then by the time they're querying the model, it has those capabilities removed. So that if people are trying to implant or remove the safeguards from these models in the future, then we can just run the unlearning technique so that when they're interacting with the model, it doesn't have those capabilities either added or when the safeguards are removed, the capability is not present. Here's a robustness check. What we're doing here is we're looking at two models. Zephyr 7b is basically like Llama 2, but then like a bit better. And then here's Yi 34b, which is one of the best open source models. And let's just look at what's happening with Zephyr 7b. Here's each layer. At each layer, we're training a probe. This could be a linear probe, a multi-layer perceptron, what have you, and it's trying to answer the questions in the data set. So this is like, is the model trying to hide that it knows the answer? And it doesn't look like it. If you train a probe at each layer and an AI is trying to, given the information and representations at the layer, trying to extract the answer, it can't recover any useful information for predicting the correct answer. So that's evidence that the knowledge isn't just hiding in there if you deliberately have AIs try to uncover it. And what happens is after we apply the cut method, bio is higher, the accuracy increases. But if we use the cut method, the solid green line, then it's basically around random chance levels. So after the method is applied, can't recover the information from those representations. And then as a further robustness check, we used GCG. GCG is an adversarial attack that the Center for AI Safety and Carnegie Mellon proposed last summer, which are automated adversarial attacks. By default, if you ask an AI, hey, could you make me a bioweapon or something like that, the AI will refuse. If it unlearns, it'll refuse in some way. But if you do an adversarial prompt, if you have some /23 jumping jacks and just gibberish, specifically crafted gibberish, then that will break the model. The suffix is found through that adversarial attack. And that will break the model, but if you have the unlearned model, it's not in its capacity to do it either. So we weren't able to come with any adversarial attacks that recovered or nudged or caused the model to play along and say how to build a bioweapon. So that's, those are two robustness checks. Maybe it's still in there, and so I think there's still more investigation that could be done to have more confidence. But at the very least, we've made it harder for the adversaries to recover these sorts of capabilities. And I think that's the primary objective. One last thing is, does this actually relate to, is the WMDP using these proxies, does this actually correlate to info hazards or hazardous knowledge? So we had some questions that not willing to release because they're too sensitive and they could get us in trouble. But if we apply the cut method, it also generalizes to that different set of hazardous sorts of questions. So it does seem to make them basically become unknowledgeable about the things that we actually care about. So, and then in the future, we've got a few things. One is, it seems tractable given ongoing conversations that maybe this could be a standard in the upcoming National Defense Authorization Act, which happens each year, and that potentially that could be added as a standard for model developers to assess and track that. That'd be relevant, like if a new administration comes in and gets rid of the current executive order, then this would still be a DoD recommendation. We're looking into the radiological and nuclear question sets. Another paper, which maybe is a month or two away, provided that it is as robust as we're hoping it is what happens if one of these models is released. We apply the unlearning method, but then it gets open sourced or leaked. Then how easy is it to add those capabilities back? And it's currently looking like is that we can make it be the case that the adversaries can't add all those capabilities back. So how can we sort of robustly put on those guardrails or robustly get it to unlearn even if they try and fine-tune it back in? Can we make that much harder for the adversaries, or will we make it more, will we make it so that they can't recover that level of knowledge had we not done that unlearning? And then finally, probably going to do, it's in early stages, probably going to do a multimodal bioweapons one, because we were just doing text-based questions. But another set of questions would be more about lab processes. So given an AI in a lab, like imagine we have an AI assistant, and you like take a picture, like here's my lab, here's my counter, here's the Petri dish, and things like that. What should I do next? And then it says, put that in this. And you go, okay, great. What should I do next? And so something that can guide you through the actual weaponization rather than largely testing more academic, codified knowledge about virology, but something a bit more hands-on and ecologically valid would be important too. I mean, I think testing for the knowledge of advanced virology makes the potential bioweapon substantially more dangerous, potentially orders of magnitude more dangerous, but a big bottleneck as well is just having non-expert people do a lot of the basic lab procedures. That's also an important component to test for. So anyway, those are some of the things we're doing about malicious use. I mean, I guess there's others as well, like there's liability legislation that's currently that we've co-sponsored. That's currently in the California State Senate, and that might get passed, which would make them liable if their AI causes a catastrophe and whatnot, and would make them create incentives, strong incentives for them to add safeguards against malicious use. But for all that, I think that's probably all I need to say about that. So I guess if we move on to questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Yes, from Kenneth, in the back row. Please keep your hand up while the mic is coming towards you.
Thank you for the talk, Dan. So if I understand correctly, you worked with 3 different data sets. So there's the D-retain data set, which I think you said you sampled from PubMed. And then there's the WMDP data set, which is for evaluation. And then you also have a third private test set, also for evaluation. Could you clarify the relationships between these 3 different data sets?
Yeah, so there's a retained data set, which could be wiki text, it could be other types of data sets, just some generic text that would help it not forget its original representations. Then there's different types of forget sets. You could do these more dual-use papers on PubMed. For cyber, you could get some API documentation or documentation from GitHub. There's the actual evaluation data set, which would be WMDP, and then there's also a private evaluation data set which did not pass, like ITAR review and screening for sensitive information and things like that, and that's one that we just use to check whether reduction in WMDP results in a reduction on this other data set of more hazardous information.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. So my understanding is, people have been trying to do unlearning for a little while, and a lot of previous attempts have failed to either excise the knowledge or have had really bad effects on out-of-task performance. Do you have a intuition for what the key thing about your method that makes it work is?
I mean, one thing is that I think focusing on output level stuff is, there are some different ways people have tried pursuing unlearning. One would be focus on output level, like at the final layer do something, and that's the usual way you try and control AI systems. Another way is mechanistic interpretability at a neuron level, and I think we're trying to focus on the representation level, and try and control it there. I think that's the that's a unit of analysis that I think is productive and more neglected. I think more people have been poking around in the mechanistic, and I think we have a lot of methods lying around for controlling at the output level. So I just don't think there are that many people poking around of trying to steer or control the models at the representation level, at the weights or the activations.
I have two questions. Both of them are kind of interlinked. The first one is regarding to this slide that you've opened up right now. The COD representation that you've elaborated here, it's mainly, right now, it's working on closed source models, if I'm correct in my assumption. So far, you said working on APIs, meaning it's not ready for open source models, to alter the representation of them or change them fundamentally, so that even if you were to fine-tune, retrain, do whatever you want with it, it would still unlearn all those malicious threats in different domains. And that's the first question. The second one is, well, if you were to do that, let's say my only, I don't know if it's, how should I say it, it's a concern, or I guess I don't know if this is going to be the final way to unlearn stuff, but this might or might not have an adverse effect on interdisciplinary disciplines that the original threat domain is linked with. For example, if it's biomedical and if you want to kind of remove a subset of very specific domain knowledge of, let's say, how to build stuff, but at the same time, if you're not connecting those dots with other interlinked subdomains, then you're kind of ignoring them and just focusing on a very subset of the malicious threat, which basically means you're leaving out gaps which can be learned later indirectly. Does that make sense? It's kind of hard to explain, but it's the neighbor point of view which I explained over here, I guess. So two questions. Sorry if it's complicated.
Yeah. So I think that the unlearning first is just in the closed source or the behind the API setting, trying to provide something that's usable to make those models be safer and less likely to be maliciously used. And we have some other paper that's ongoing where hopefully we can also have it withstand people trying to fine-tune the information back into the model. But that seems like a substantially harder problem. Hopefully, hopefully as we do more, at least another month of robustness testing or so, we'll be able to stand behind that. I guess on the other thing, I'm largely envisioning something like a know your customer regime, such that if they want access to these types of capabilities, they would just have a sufficient warrant or reason for asking for it. So I think that's reasonable. and possibly the people from related disciplines could also ask for this, but they certainly need some reason, and it's not the case that a random disgruntled teenager can, launch some cyber attack on the power grid or something. I just don't think that's a reasonable world to be in. So yeah, I think that there are ways of getting at that, though, but that largely depends on the specifics of how we'll implement know your customer regimes and things like that, which would be important to improve and tinker in policy starting soon.
Do we have time for maybe one more? Let's go for...
Yes, thank you so much for the talk. I'm curious how you see this sort of evaluation regime compared to things that are also being tried close to the labs currently, so task-based, where you try to demonstrate one risk, see is a model capable of actually doing a thing that is within this risk schema, and trying to test the whole task through, compared to this more like, I guess, row-based, dataset-based benchmark. And then separately from that, what to the audience here would you be interested in seeing more of in this direction, now that you are also talking with policymakers, now that you are talking with the people who are actually going to secure the models in the end, or at least provide?
Maybe I'll take the second question first. I think generally measuring safety properties would be quite useful. I mean, we've measured CBRN plus cyber, and there's a bit more to. I think there's a bit more to do in testing more procedural knowledge with bio, but generally we have maybe it was announced a week or two or so ago, a safe bench where if you have benchmark ideas and if they're good, then there's prizes for those. So I think there's like $250,000 worth of prizes, and hopefully you can come up with metrics that would inform policy. So that if this number is really high, that's a bad sign, and then that also enables the research community to try and get that number be lower, or implement safeguards to make that number lower. So that would be generally, I think, trying to quantify these things would be important, and quantify them in a way that makes it suitable for, and getting at your first question, suitable for risk mitigation. I think if it's, now it's suddenly able to do this, whereas it previously wasn't, I don't think those sorts of evaluations are as useful for risk mitigation, because you need to continually chip away at the risks, not just have indicator functions of whether some type of risk is present. So for people to hill climb and evolve methods, they need more signal than just one-bit communication. So that's just a design principle I push for strongly, and I think other ones are looking at trying to come up with some threshold type of capabilities or just indicators. I think it should be more continuous.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dan?
Okay, great.
It's a pleasure to have you. We're going to switch topics a little bit to scalable oversight. I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Scott Emmons.
I'm Scott. I'll be talking about when your AIs deceive you. It's work done with these wonderful collaborators. This is reinforcement learning from human feedback. It's become a staple fine-tuning technique used in ChatGPT and many other language models. The human is shown two state trajectories produced by the agent. The human gives a preference, in this case that they prefer trajectory S to trajectory S prime. Prior theoretical work shows that with sufficient data, this is guaranteed to be optimal. For anyone who's tried RLHF, you're wondering, guaranteed to be optimal? This is an example of a failure case that was in the blog post accompanying the original deep RLHF paper. The human was giving feedback on this robotic hand through images that they received from a camera. It led to a policy that only appeared to be grasping the ball. This is another failure case that's been hypothesized. It's a thought experiment where an AI is being trained to defend a diamond in a vault. The human gives feedback, again, from a camera image of what's occurring in the vault. The hypothetical failure case here is that if a burglar came and posted a screen in front of the camera as if the diamond were in the vault, then it would appear to the human that the diamond is safe. The key issue, again, is that the human is giving feedback while not seeing everything. You might be wondering, are these hypothetical scenarios, or do we have real-world applications where the humans are giving feedback while not seeing everything? This is the release of the ChatGPT plugins feature. Here, the AI is taking actions, reading web pages, and surfing the web. The human has a thumbs up or thumbs down button while only seeing a summary of the agent's behavior. It can get even more severe. So this is from that same plugins release. In this case, the agent is helping the user by writing code. So the AI has written a bunch of code, and there's just a show work button. But the human doesn't have to click it and can still give the thumbs up or thumbs down, even if they haven't seen any of the things that the agent did to accomplish the task. In fact, if the human were not a programmer, then the show work button would effectively be useless. So we have this challenge where we want to give feedback to agents, even though we can't observe everything they're observing. And in fact, the AI might even have more knowledge than the human. The human might not have the knowledge they need. That's the central question of this work. What happens when humans provide feedback from only partial observations? To formalize, we'll define our setup based on this observation model O. We assume that the agent still observes everything. The agent observes the full state sequence. The human just gets the observations from the model O. This is the standard preference comparisons from regular RLHF. When the human can fully observe the state, the standard model says, this is known as the Boltzmann rationality model, that the human computes the ground truth return, G, by summing the rewards at each individual state. The higher the reward of a state is, the higher G of S, the higher the probability that the human prefers S to S prime. The equation beta here is just controlling how much or how little noise. This is the inverse of noise in the human probability, and the sigma is giving us a probability distribution. The key thing to know is that the higher G of S is, the higher the probability that the human assigns their preference on S. In our model, because the human can only see observations, we assume that the human forms a belief about the underlying state trajectory. We replace the true return, which the human now doesn't know, with an expectation of the true return according to this belief function. This gives us our model for humans that are making preference comparisons under uncertainty. The key feature is that they're taking an expectation of the return according to their belief. This is the model that underlies all of our results. We assume this human model. So the first question we ask is, if you just apply RLHF naively, you do what you've always been doing without changing the algorithm at all, what happens? So we show that we will denote by G obs this observation expectation that the human is taking. And we show in the paper a proposition that naive RLHF will learn to rank the policies according to J obs. So J obs is G obs, but averaged over all the states that might be seen in the policy rollout. And yeah, we show that RLHF learns to maximize this observation return. This gives us the question, when J and J obs are misaligned, so when the human is not perfectly estimating the return, what kinds of policies are optimal to J obs? These are the types of policies that the agent will learn. I'll start by giving you an example that we use in our paper, and then I'll generalize. So here's the example failure of what happens. The AI terminal assistant is helping the human to install software. The human doesn't see the actions, but only sees the terminal output. In the first case, the AI successfully installs the NVIDIA driver. Then the AI goes to install CUDA on top of the NVIDIA driver, and what happens to the agent is what happens to me whenever I try to install CUDA. An error is thrown. So there's negative reward that the human believes from seeing this error. Now, the agent's going to try a different strategy. So it doesn't know any better. It's going to install NVIDIA like normal, and it's going to also append to the installation command to > /dev/null. This is a terminal redirection, which processes the standard output like normal, but simply redirects the standard error into a black hole. The AI learns this is the optimal strategy in this environment. So that's a specific example. Now I'll talk about the general theory that we've developed to help us characterize when this happens. The key idea is that the agent has an incentive to maximize the human's estimate of the return rather than the true return. This leads to two types of opportunities that the agent wants to exploit. It wants to make the human overestimate the return. It also wants to correct the human when the human is underestimating the return. To formalize this, we have two types of errors. We decompose g_obs minus g. That's the difference between the true reward and the human's observation estimate of the reward. We decompose that into its positive and its negative components. The positive components are the overestimation error. The negative components are the underestimation error. It'll be useful to think about the on-policy averages of these two objects. So the objects on top are the state level. We also have the on-policy averages below. So to understand the space of possible behaviors, I'll map it out. So we're mapping overestimation versus underestimation error horizontally here. And we'll think about increases or decreases in these types of errors on the vertical axis. We'll call it misleading when the agent is increasing error and informing when the agent is decreasing error. In terms of misleading the human, if it's increasing the human's overestimation error, we call that inflating. It's when the agent is making the reward seem greater than it actually is. When the agent is increasing the human's underestimation error, we call that downplaying. It's when the agent is making the human believe the reward is less than it actually is. For informing the human, we'll call it disillusioning when the human is decreasing the human's overestimation error. It's making the human realize that the reward is not as good as they thought. We'll call it justifying when the agent is decreasing the human's underestimation error. This is making the human realize that the rewards are better than they thought. Our first theoretical result is that when RLHF is misaligned, it incentivizes the inflating and the justifying behaviors. These are the two types of behaviors that will increase the human's estimate of the reward. We're going to focus on a type of inflating that we call deceptive inflating. It's based on Peter Park et al.'s definition of deception that they present. They present the plain English definition that deception is the systematic inducement of false beliefs in pursuit of some outcome other than the truth. We mathematize this definition by breaking it into two parts. The systematic inducement of false beliefs is with comparison to a reference policy pi_ref. This serves as a counterfactual. Our condition 1 is that the overestimation error, which is inflating, is greater with our policy pi than with respect to this reference policy pi_ref. So the inflating condition is condition 1, systematically inducing a false belief. It goes from just being inflating to being deceptive inflating when the observation return is greater than the observation return of the reference policy. Recall that RLHF is designed to maximize j_obs. So we have an algorithm that is increasing j_obs by construction and then leading to inflating. So this we call deceptive inflating. We'll also talk about a dual risk known as overjustification. It's based on the definition of the overjustification effect, which is when expected external incentives decrease a person's intrinsic motivation to perform a task. The first condition is the justification condition that I mapped out before. It's when the AI is decreasing the human's overestimation error relative to the reference policy. It goes from just being justification to being over-justification when this is at the expense of true task reward. So when the true task reward, J, is being lowered, it's over-justification. The AI is giving the human information that they don't want. As an example, when I was a child, I was tasked to do the chores by my parents. I cared more about my parents believing that I had done the chores than I cared about the house being clean. While my parents were watching television, I would make sure that no matter where I went throughout the house to clean, I would carry the vacuum through the living room. This was not the most efficient way to accomplish the task, so it was at the expense of true task reward. My parents would have frankly preferred that I wasn't carrying the vacuum through the living room. However, it was making sure that my parents knew that I was accomplishing the task. So that's an example of over-justification. There are a couple of notable patterns of deceptive inflation and over-justification. For deceptive inflation, an AI wants to take bad actions in a blind spot to enable visible good actions in the future. It also wants to create these blind spots, either by tampering with sensors or tampering with logs. That's what we saw with the 2 greater than sign dev null example. With over-justification, you pay some resource to provide information to the human when they don't want it. It was me as a child taking the less effective but more visible strategy of always carrying the cleaning supplies through the living room. So with these definitions underway, I can formally state the first main theorem of this work. It assumes that the observation model, P of O, is deterministic. This is the case with terminal outputs, where the output is always a deterministic function of the process being run. If pi star obs is the optimal policy according to naively applying RLHF, and if pi star is the true optimal policy according to the true objective J, then when pi star obs is not J optimal, it must exhibit deceptive inflating, over-justification, or both. Now, one should be careful when thinking about deception and when using the concept of deception. I find it helpful to think about the deception literature in animals to think about deception in AI. So this is a framework of 4 levels of deception in animals developed by Mitchell in 1986. Mitchell calls the first level of deception, well, level 1 deception by Mitchell is when an organism is programmed to always look or behave in a certain way. An example is butterflies. Their wings always have these eye spots. That's level 1 deception, according to Mitchell. Level 2 deception is when the animal is hard-coded if P, then Q, to act in a certain way when another organism is perceived. This is an anglerfish, a deep-sea creature whose lure is programmed to move only in the presence of prey. The third level of deception is when an agent can learn this behavior through trial and error during its lifetime. So when it can learn through reward and punishment or learn through observations. This is a piping plover. When a predator comes near its nest, it will feign as if it has a broken wing. It will then limp away from the nest to take the predator away from its young. Once it's at a safe distance, it'll fly away safely. This is similar to level 2 deception, where it behaves in a certain way when it perceives a certain other organism. The key distinction is that it can learn during its lifetime through trial and error to acquire this behavior. The fourth level of deception is when an agent can plan and model other agents' beliefs. Chimps, if you have a subordinate chimp and a dominant chimp, you just put food in an enclosure, the dominant chimp will take the food. However, if you use occluders so that only the subordinate chimp can see the placement of the food, you could actually have 2 piles of food, a large pile of food and a small pile of food. The subordinate chimp will sometimes go toward the small pile of food. The larger chimp will then believe that that's where the food is located. It will go and start eating the small pile of food. When it's distracted, the subordinate chimp will run over to the large pile of food and feast on it all by itself. This is evidence of this level 4 capability of being able to reason about the other agent's beliefs and plan accordingly. In our work here, when I'm using the word deception, I'm talking about level 3 deception. I'm making no claims about an ability to plan or an ability to model some other agent's belief. I'm just talking about the ability to learn throughout the AI's lifetime how to create deceptive impressions. So that's the first main theorem. I'm now going to talk about the second main theorem of the work. We've seen how naive RLHF can fail. A follow-up question is, can we modify the algorithm to account for the human's partial observability? Recall, this is the standard preference comparison model, and this is our preference comparison model under uncertainty. The main feature of preference comparisons under uncertainty is that the human is taking an expectation according to their belief to estimate the true return. The key observation behind our second mathematical result is that this is a linear map. The function g is a linear map. It's just summing up the rewards at each individual time step. B, the expectation according to B is also a linear map, as expectations are linear. Their composition is linear, allowing us to characterize everything through linear algebra. Here's a graphical illustration of that characterization. This function b is what we'll use to notate the linear operator. B maps between the true return functions on state sequences with the human's estimate of the return functions on observation sequences. The return function on true state sequences assigns a single scalar value to every possible state trajectory, while the return function on observation sequences assigns a scalar value to every possible sequence of observations. Suppose the AI is trying to estimate the true return g. It's going to be receiving feedback based on b of g, as the human gives their feedback according to this belief. The tricky part comes when we consider the kernel of b. The kernel is all of the return functions that are mapped to the 0 element. If we add any element of the kernel, in this case g prime, to the true return g, it doesn't change the output under b. That means that the human will be giving identical feedback to both g and g plus g prime. Since the human's giving identical feedback, the AI has no way to distinguish the two cases. This leads to ambiguity from the kernel. This is the core driver of ambiguity under these modeling assumptions. There's one additional complication, which is that we're assuming that the return function on full state sequences is time separable. We're assuming that it comes from a reward function on individual states, and that that's summed to produce this reward function on full state sequences. Because of this, not all return functions are possible. So we're going to let the operator gamma denote this mapping from the rewards on individual states to the rewards on full state sequences. And we can restrict ourselves to thinking only about the image of gamma, because the agent knows that anything outside of the image of gamma isn't possible in this environment. That leaves us with the final ambiguity set in our theorem, which is the image of gamma intersect the kernel of b. These are the return functions that are both possible in the environment and that don't change the human feedback. So this set, image of gamma intersect kernel b, is what drives the ambiguity in our second theorem. The collection of choice probabilities following a Boltzmann rational human model, this is the data set that the AI has to learn from, determines the return function g up to an addition of an element in the kernel b intersect image gamma. In particular, when that set is a singleton, then you can uniquely recover the return function. So when this set of ambiguities is a singleton, you recover the return function and you recover the optimal policy. We show examples in our paper where originally there's ambiguity when you have naive RLHF. When you use this idea of RLHF to account for the ambiguities, you can then recover the optimal policy. So some ambiguities can be resolved using this model. The example I showed you before cannot be resolved. It's irreducible ambiguity when, in this example, the agent is just hiding the errors. So it's not a panacea, and there's sometimes partial observability can place a hard limit on our ability to do reward inference. So far, I've been talking about theory. This has all been math. Another question is, can we use this theory to inform our practice of RLHF? So this is the deep RLHF algorithm. It has a loss function, which is to learn the parameters theta, parameterizing the return function g, that maximize the log likelihood of the human feedback. So this is the equation we saw before. Now we're maximizing it. We're maximizing this equation with respect to theta. The way that our theory would suggest to improve deep RLHF would be to incorporate this belief function B that we've seen throughout the talk. If you knew the human belief model B, then you could use this loss function to incorporate the modified RLHF. However, we don't know the belief model B in practice, which is an open question for future work. So rather than just assuming this belief model in theory, can we actually learn what the human believes about the world when they're giving feedback to the AI? Other questions include what happens with other reward learning algorithms beside RLHF. We just do RLHF in our paper. Now, we've seen that lack of full observability is at the core of the issues. So another question is, can we increase the observability? Adding more sensors to your environment would be a prosaic way to increase the observability, and we would recommend it in practice. Another thing you could do is use interpretability as a way to effectively increase observability. So if you can run interpretability, such as eliciting latent knowledge, it might be possible for the human to see in practice what the AI sees by reading the AI's mind. And a couple other questions are, if there is ambiguity that remains, can you act conservatively, even if that's the case? And finally, what sorts of problems more generally can be solved by modeling human belief and which can't? That concludes my talk, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Bring the mics up. I'm actually going to start with a little question from me on the stage, if you don't mind. One of the theorems earlier in your talk relied on the observability function being deterministic. But a couple of the motivating cases you gave, like the ChatGPT case, were more of a non-deterministic observation function to do with annotator expertise or effort. Do you have an idea how these results might be extended to non-deterministic observing functions?
So yeah, one has to be careful about what is assumed to be deterministic and what is assumed not to be deterministic. So the observation model is the thing that maps the ground truth state of the world to the thing that the human sees. So in the case of ChatGPT, that would still be deterministic because the ground truth state of the world is what information is out on the web, and then what the human sees is just the parsed summary, some hard-coded summary of the actions the agent took. So to be clear, the examples I've given of ChatGPT doing coding for you or the terminal output, these examples do have a deterministic observation function. I would also be happy to comment about, if you, I am still interested in deterministic observation functions. So yeah, in the non-deterministic case, so the key reason that we needed the key reason that deterministic assumption helped with the first theorem is that we can say when the observation kernel is deterministic, it's easier to characterize what RLHF will naively do. So that assumption lets us say that naive RLHF will rank all of its policies according to the human's estimate of the return. So if you lose that assumption, you lose that proposition, which makes it harder to characterize exactly what naive RLHF would do. My intuition is that I'm not sure that that's necessarily like good news for alignment, that like, okay, we somehow have non-deterministic observation functions and that's helpful. And for example, one type of non-determinism would just be random noise. So if you had a camera image with random static, there's no like particular structure to that noise. And so yeah, in the case of a camera image with random static, we have some preliminary evidence and some preliminary results that that's going to be essentially the same case. So as long as there's just random noise in the observations, that can essentially be washed away as you get a lot of observations. So I think the trickiest case would be structured noise. Like if somehow there were randomness, like yeah, if there were randomness with a certain bias, rather than just being purely random, I think that's the case where that could start to interfere, that could like start to be another variable that needs to be considered in the analysis. Cool.
All right. Sorry for butting in there. We can take perhaps from Adeline in the back corner of the room with his hand raised. Keep your hand up while the microphone's coming to you. Thank you.
So, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the talk. Very interesting. So you have on this slide, can we learn the human belief model? And I'd like some comments from you on this, because this, to me, seems like something that will be extremely dependent on individuals, for which you will not have basically a reference truth, or you will have to have proxies in determining, well, your reference policy. So how would you approach that problem?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think there's maybe, I think there's maybe a couple difficulties that you alluded to. One is that it would depend on individuals, so it might be different across humans. And another one is that you might not necessarily have like a clear target. Like it might not be easy to collect data on what a human's believing at a given point in time. Are those the two main, those would be the two main difficulties that I draw from your question? In terms of differences across individuals, I think that's definitely a factor. And like to get optimal performance, you would need to, like you want to have AIs that are fine-tuned to their individual user. I think if you're worried about catastrophic risk, it's perhaps less of a concern. So I think like hiding errors, I think it's like there are some certain shared understandings that lots of humans have that, okay, if you're hiding errors from the human, but they're still giving you a thumbs up, maybe they just don't realize that the errors are occurring. So I think at least for some of the catastrophic risks, I'm less concerned about the differences across individual humans. I think the lack of a ground truth target could be pretty difficult here. I mean, the ideal training signal that you would want is you would want to be able to say, okay, given some observations, what probabilities are the humans assigning to every outcome? And it's unclear that humans are even explicitly forming these probabilities, and much less clear, like, how would you even use that as some kind of regression target to learn this model? So my sense is that, like, literally learning this belief model I mean, I think it actually still could be, it's possible that it could still be a helpful inductive bias. So like even if you can't literally get the exact target, or the humans aren't literally doing this, I think it still could be a useful sort of latent space for the robot to think about things. And if the robot realizes some hypothesis that, oh, maybe the human just doesn't even realize that these errors are occurring, I think it's possible that even having that in the learning process could be useful. But yeah, I think there's definitely future work here where it's also maybe not an exact prescription, but more of an inspiration of like, we've seen theoretically that modeling the belief can fix problems. So how can we take that insight, and maybe there's not an exact mathematical way to do it yet, but more broadly, how can we use that to start more explicitly modeling the humans in the process?
Cool. I'm afraid that is all we have time for. So please catch Scott afterwards during the poster session if you have more questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Happy to.
Pleasure to have you. And let me welcome Oliver to the stage.
Hello, everyone. And thank you, Blaine, for having me. My name is Oliver. I'm the co-founder of the Meaning Alignment Institute. And together with OpenAI, we've written a paper called What Are Human Values and How to Align AI to Them, as part of their Democratic Inputs to AI program. All right. Broadly speaking, alignment is concerned with the question of how do we make sure what's optimized by machine learning model is good. But if you frame it in these terms, you run into a bunch of normative questions, like what is good? Good for whom? And often, the field tends to sidestep these issues by instead defining itself as alignment towards operator intent. And we argue that this will be insufficient in a very near future. Now, for one, some users may intend to cause harm, and this is usually countered with existing measures, but with AI agents, a benign intent may cause a bunch of unintended consequences. For instance, I may intend to promote a certain political candidate, but this causes models that erode the epistemic commons. So there is some broader rift between what I intend and some notion of human values. So we split this problem of aligning towards human values into three parts. Firstly, eliciting a bunch of values from a population. Secondly, reconciling these values into what we call an alignment target, that is some data structure you can use to train a model. And then finally, actually training a model. This is out of scope for this paper. We'll touch upon it a little bit, but we will tackle the first two parts. And to give you an overview, the first thing we'll cover is what would be some desiderata that would make a good alignment target for human values. And based on these criteria, we introduce a new kind of target that we call a moral graph, and a process for eliciting such a graph called moral graph elicitation. And then finally, we'll look at some early results from a case study we did. All right, so the first question, what would make a good alignment target for human values? Now, we argue that an alignment target obviously needs to steer model behavior well, so the values that are elicited needs to be fine-grained, meaning they specify exactly how a model should follow them and when they apply. The values need to generalize in new situations, and the process itself needs to be scalable. And what we mean by that is that the more people participate, the better the target becomes. And this is kind of the opposite of how voting works, where the more people participate, the more expertise is drowned out by a majority. We want the opposite effect. And beyond that, the future of AI is already becoming politicized. So we want the target to be robust against manipulative language or third-party actors trying to influence it by, for instance, using manipulative speech. We want the target to be legitimate, meaning that the people that partook in surfacing it thinks the output is fair. And it needs to be auditable, meaning that it's easy to audit and understand why a certain value won out. And current approaches fail on some or all of these. For instance, constitutional AI is not very fine-grained. It uses these high-level terms for values. And RLHF with paid contractors is obviously not legitimate and auditable, etc. But before we get into it, let's take a step back and ask ourselves, what are values? Are these values? Now, they are, but they're not very fine-grained. What would it mean for ChatGPT to be aligned to freedom, for instance? And they also don't say anything about when they apply on their own. And it's hard to imagine a group to feel represented by the value of freedom if we don't get to a nitty-gritty detail about what that actually means, because we all have different conceptions of what freedom means to us. And this is what you find, for instance, in Claude's constitution. You have statements like, please choose the response that most supports and encourages freedom, equality, and a sense of brotherhood, etc. The alignment field more broadly talks about values in these terms. For instance, Jason Gabriel in his Values and Alignment paper writes that values are natural or non-natural facts, about what is good or bad and what kind of things ought to be promoted. So it's not super useful. And beyond alignment, we find that, unfortunately, in a lot of philosophy and a lot of moral psychology, values are also talked about in these broad terms that are hard to operationalize. But we found one exception to this rule, and this is a branch of philosophy called choice theory. And in choice theory, scholars, which include Charles Taylor, Ruth Shang, Isaac Levy, they talk about values as a kind of language we use to evaluate options in choice. Taylor, for instance, writes that values are criteria used in choice which are not merely instrumental. What he means by that is when I choose between, let's say, two desserts, and I consider the crunchiness or the sweetness of one or the other, that doesn't really say anything about my character. It's a kind of an instrumental choice. But when I choose between, for instance, staying with my ailing mother or going to a festival with my friends, I might consider one option as kind, generous, and another option as selfish, detestable, etc. In other words, I use values as kind of language to evaluate the options here. So how does that help us? Well, consider this question, and this is a question we used in our case study. How should ChatGPT respond to a Christian girl considering getting an abortion? This is a very values-laden question, right? In terms of preferences, if you think in terms of preferences, you might say that ChatGPT should be aligned to leftist abortion policies or rightist abortion policies. If you think in terms of rules or slogans, you might say that ChatGPT should be pro-choice or ChatGPT should follow the word of the religious leader. And if you think in terms of values as these broad terms, you might say that ChatGPT should be aligned to freedom or agency or authority or tradition. But someone that think of values as this non-instrumental choice criteria who's in a similar position might ask themselves, can I encourage the person to make their own choice without imposing any other agenda? Can I help find actions the person can take that affirm their autonomy? Can I help them find people in their life with more wisdom and life experience that can help them get perspective? In other words, these are more like the actual things we would consider in a real choice, rather than these high-level slogans or rules. And you can also probably see how we're getting closer to a level of fine-grainedness we can work with. But there is two problems still with this definition. Firstly, how do we elicit values in these terms? And secondly, how can we tell if two people have the same value? Based on this, we expand upon this definition and define values as such: a set of constitutive attentional policies, which are often used together in a shared choice context. That's kind of a mouthful, so let's break it down. Constitutive, that's the same thing as non-instrumental, right? It says something about my character, what kind of person I want to be. Attentional policies is a term that I think is easiest to explain through an example. Consider this value of honesty. When I am honest, I pay attention to certain things. And I may pay attention to how something feels in my body when I say it and whether I can endorse it with my full being. Now, another person's way of being honest might be to pay attention to how their words might be taken to mean something stronger than what they intended. And a third person's way of being honest might be to attend to how they can justify their statements with rigorous methods and knowledge. In other words, these are policies of attention that we apply in a choice where we live by this value. And in our process, these will show up as 3 different values. And what you see here is what we call values cards. They're the UI we use to represent values. They're made up of 2 parts. At the top there, you have a title and description. This is generated. It's not super important. It's mainly used to summarize the value. But the juice is in the attentional policies. So this is a list of policies that someone who elicited this value think that it's meaningful to attend to when they live by this value. So in this case, it's doubts about the claim I'm making due to the limits of the methods I used, the kind of humility that emerges when I acknowledge the boundaries of my understanding, and the clarity that comes from carefully distinguishing facts versus speculations. Like, this is what being honest means to that person. So we're getting closer to our fine-grained criteria. It's clear to see how this is a pretty fine-grained value. And we can also elicit these values fairly easily by asking people what they pay attention to in choices. So then let's move on to the other big normative question, which is whose values do we care about? Whose values do we align to? The dumbest solution would be to just take a whole bunch of these values cards and then average across the embeddings or something, or maybe count votes and pick the values with the most votes. But both of these solutions would miss 2 very important facts about values. Now, firstly, values are highly contextual, meaning we all live different lives. One person is a lawyer in Tokyo, someone lives on the countryside in the US with a big family, and of course these people will have different values because the different contexts demand it. And if we were to just average across all values, we will lose all of this important knowledge about which values apply where. And secondly, our values evolve productively over time. In other words, as we go through life and we encounter new situations and we grapple with tensions, we develop new values. And cutting off all of this moral learning by averaging across all values would not be very desirable. In other words, it would be better if we could sort of reconcile values or fit them together somehow, rather than just averaging across them. And both Taylor and Shang have ideas on how to do this. Taylor writes that a value can be wiser than another value if it clarifies what was really important about the previous one, such that if you would move from the previous value to the new value, you would see this as a gain in wisdom. And Shang states that 2 values can be reconciled if there is a third, wiser balancing value that includes both of the important parts of the other values. So using these terms, we can sort of reconcile values by mapping out how people think people move as they develop new values and as they become wiser. So to make this clear with an example, These are two values that we surfaced in our case study. The context here is, how should ChatGPT respond to a parent that's having an unmotivated child? And some people thought that a wise way to do that is to help inspire discipline. And some people thought that it would be wise to ignite curiosity. But participants broadly agree that igniting curiosity actually is a wiser version of inspiring discipline for this context. From the perspective of Taylor, you might say that both of these values are actually about some sort of shared good, like fostering agency in the child. And someone moving from inspiring discipline to igniting curiosity would say that that was actually what I cared about all along, this sense of fostering agency, and this value cuts closer into that. From the perspective of Shang, you might say that this sense of fostering agency, the igniting curiosity value includes that, but it also balances it with other important concerns, like a sense of enjoyment or something. Either way, if we can map out these wisdom upgrades, as we call them, we arrive at our moral graph, which is the alignment target that we're proposing. So this is a graph structure. I like to think of it as kind of a map of moral learning of a collective. It's made up of values, or values cards more specifically, which are the nodes in the graph. And the edges in the graph is broad agreement amongst participants that one value is wiser than another for a particular context. To give an example, if we look at this little Y shape here with the red square around it, we have 4 values which all deal about what to do when seeking clarity. Now, some people thought it's wise to list a set of diverse viewpoints for the user to choose from. But even wiser than that is to actually help them articulate their understanding more clearly. And even wiser still is to deeply engage with their confusion, or alternatively help them seek out wise mentors that can lead them into clarity, etc. We can also use this graph to get winning values for any context by using algorithms like PageRank. For those of you that don't know, the intuition behind it is that if you were to jump around all of these edges, what would be the probability that at any one point in time you would land on any one particular value? And this has some benefits. So first, the graph is obviously auditable. You can understand why any one value arrived at this position. But it also has a little bit of this scalable property, because the edges sort of build on each other in a way that makes it so that you're not just counting votes and discarding some other votes, but all votes matter because they form a coherent whole. And we also see this after participants went through the process. They agree that in 89% of the cases, they think the output is fair, even if their value didn't win out. And it's pretty hard to imagine voting achieving something like that, because either you win or you don't. But in this case, people feel represented even if they didn't win, which I think is pretty cool. And our process for getting to this is called moral graph elicitation, very creatively. It's made up of 2 steps. The first step is to get to these values cards. We do this in a language model interview. And then the second step is to get to these wisdom upgrades. We do this by asking participants to give us these kind of value upgrade votes. So for the first step, participants are asked a question. One of the questions we used, as we mentioned earlier, is, I'm a Christian girl, I'm considering getting an abortion, what should I do? How should ChatGPT respond to this user? And we have a language model here that is prompted to try to drill down into what the underlying value for the user is in this case. What's the underlying policies that they would attend to if they were in a similar position? So it asks about similar choices that the user has made in their own life. If they struggle with that, it can ask, what would a role model for you do? And if the user responds with a sort of ideological slogan, we ask, what is the good that the slogan protects for you? And through these methods, we, in almost all cases, get to one of these values cards at the end. We get to a set of policies that we confirm with the user. Is this meaningful for you to attend to? Yes, yes, yes. We structure them into a card, and we move on to the next step. And this process offers a kind of a robustness against ideological rhetoric, because it's pretty easy to sway someone's opinion about something if you talk in terms of preferences or slogans, but it's quite hard to change how they would actually act in a real choice. Now the second part here, again, we have people vote for 2 values. Which one do you think is wiser? And this can be a little hard. And to make it easier, we generate stories with GPT-4 about someone transitioning from one value to another. And we do this generation in a way so that it's prompted to kind of depict the wisdom upgrades we talked about, the kind of wisdom using this definition in terms of what Taylor said about it and what Chang said about it. And if a majority agrees that this fictional user in that story became wiser by moving from one value to another, we draw an edge in the graph. And if there is some bidirectionality, we discard it. Okay, so how do you use it? This is a little out of scope of the talk, so I won't talk in too much detail here, but conceptually it's kind of similar to existing methods like constitutional AI. In constitutional AI, you rank generated completions sort of based on their adherence to a set of principles, right? And in this case, you would do the same, but instead of ranking their adherence to a set of principles, you would rank their adherence to the winning value in the graph for that particular context. So it includes one extra inference step. To demonstrate this a little bit, here is an excerpt from a dialogue we did, a sort of retrieval augmented generation dialogue, where we fetch the most relevant value from the graph for each step and generate a response based on it. In this case, a fictional user asks, I don't know what to do, my shell doesn't want to take the riddle and he's been prescribed. It's kind of one of these questions that models might struggle a little bit with. Here we deduce the context with a language model, and we compare it to the context we have in the graph. In this case, the closest one is advising a parent. That's what we're doing. So we fetch the wisest value in the graph by trimming it based on the context and getting the value with the highest PageRank score. And then we generate a response by feeding in these attentional policies. And these policies are written in a way so that it's fairly simple to evaluate whether a language model is following it or not. So for instance, in this case, one of the policies is the underlying causes of the behavior. Is that surfaced or not in the conversation, yes or no? So if these kind of things are surfaced, you could say that ChatGPT is following this value. And we do this for every step in the conversation because the context can change throughout the conversation. It might be the case that at some point the user is feeling very distressed, and that might require a different approach, might require a different value. All right, so I'll talk you through very quickly on a case study we did with this process. We activated 500 Americans, representative both in terms of age, sex, and language, but also in terms of political affiliation. So we had Republicans and Democrats participating. It took around 15 minutes per participant. And we did this for like 3 intentionally divisive topics, like abortion, which is very, very divisive in the US. And you might ask yourself, how do you even get to a coherent moral graph with such a biased population on such a tricky topic? Well, if you paid attention, we reconcile value conflicts in 3 ways in our process. First, we ask ourselves, is the conflict really about values? Or is it about slogans or rules or preferences? And once you get to this level of how a user would actually act in a real choice, we found that there's way less disagreement than what you might think. And even still, it might be the case that we can agree that there is a context difference. My value is wise for one context, and your value is wise for one context. And if we get to that level, instead of opposing each other, our value difference actually builds on each other. And finally, it might be the case that there is a wiser value we can both agree on is wiser than the one we articulated ourselves, and thereby reconcile the conflict in that way. And if there is no way to reconcile the conflict, then the solution might be to split into different models. But using these methods, we're able to create a coherent moral graph on this population with 85 deduplicated values and 100 edges. And we did a follow-up survey afterwards. These are 1 to 5 Likert scale ratings. The orange bar is our process. And across the board, people felt very well represented by this process. For instance, 89% said they felt well represented. 75% actually said they gained respect for their opponents, which I think is very interesting. And again, like 89% agree that even if their value didn't win out, once they saw the graph, they agreed it's fair, which is also a fascinating result. The blue bars here is collective constitutional AI. For those of you that don't know, that's an experiment Anthropic did. They used a polling platform called Polis to ask people how they think ChatGPT or their language model should act. And across the board, our method outperformed it. I won't have time to go into the rest of the results. In the paper, we have one result section for each of the criteria we outlined. We're also in the process of fine-tuning a model based on this approach. We just got funding for that, so we'll have some more exciting results to share soon. But I just want to leave you with a kind of a note of where this is going and why we think it's important. Because we think very soon we'll have a world with AI agents which are fine-tuned on sort of preferences and intents that oppose each other. So you'll have a woke GPT and you will have a base GPT, and they're all sort of fighting each other in this win-lose dynamic. And hopefully this line of work can inspire alignment to become more optimistic about finding convergent values to align towards, so that instead we could have a future where models broker for peace and find win-win solutions. Thank you.
Some far left. Please keep your hand raised while they're coming to you with a microphone.
Thank you very much for your talk. I really appreciate it. I believe that the question about values is totally underestimated in the community. So it's absolutely gorgeous that you do research in this direction. And I'd really love to talk with you about the things. But to start with, just one question, because I really think that there is still a high level of underestimation of values in the work. So just let me show. I believe, first of all, like putting values in the direct way as like being Christian doesn't really help to work with them, because, for instance, if we see the question you have asked about a Christian girl who wants to do an abortion, the question which you operate, like the question you use to work with the value is like, when was the last time you did something according to the Bible? But for instance, if you ask another question, when was the last time when you did something not to get angry the other people you meet in church, that may result in a very different answer. Because actually the value of like being Christian itself is actually not, if we go through, maybe not the true value. There are other links of values the person is going through. And the main thing is that actually it's very hard to get them, because people who've been through psychotherapy knows that understanding your true values requires like years of talking and $1,000 of paying. So my question here is like, for these exact values, when you trying to get them from people, what approaches do you use for that, and to validate that they are actually those, what they say, the values they mention, are really their values, or not something they try to project or to say that they want to follow these?
I mean, there's a difference between what you value, like what the good life is for you, and your actions. Like there might be a dissonance there. And being Christian wouldn't be considered a value here. Like we would break it down into like what you attend to in your faith that actually is meaningful to you in that case. As for your second question with psychotherapy, I mean, I think it's not so hard, and we've actually seen this, we've done many experiments with this, to get someone to articulate a value. But as you go through life, you will of course refine them. And especially like if you have a lot of trauma, this can be a little difficult because you can't quite sense into your body fully. But we have done many experiments with this, both in person. My co-founder, for instance, started a school called the School for Social Design that developed this process. And this was done over the course of many years. So it tends to work really well. I can see cases where someone who is really blocked off might struggle. But we haven't really encountered that many examples of it. And in this process, we actually have some people who start by saying, like, she should just do whatever is in the Bible, you know, don't do it, that will be murder. And we managed to get to a values card by asking them these kind of follow-up questions. And it might look quite different from that rule. It might be something more about what feels meaningful to attend to in their faith.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
But I'm happy to talk afterwards and hash it out.
Thank you.
My understanding is that choice theory comes with a series of like impossibility results and trade-offs that you have to be making in any voting system. Do you know what the trade-offs you're making in this system are?
I think that there is there is some sort of impossibility results in this kind of voting stage. If you would just vote for values, there would be a way bigger surface for these kind of issues. Ideally, you would have some sort of deliberative process here too, where people go back and forth. But this is kind of the first step.
There's a question from the live stream.
Yes.
Please.
Actually, I have a question for myself, and I might abuse my position as moderator as well. So the question from the live stream is as follows. It seems that there are fewer people discussing how to determine values compared to those discussing how to load values into AI. Other organizations, and I think they mean it as a compliment to you. The question is, are there any other organizations discussing this issue? And I also wanted to ask a question myself, which is actually, it is connected with the previous question from Andre. So a lot of your examples are quite therapy related, people encountering problems in their personal lives, and even abortion seems to be not in the context of abortion policy in the United States, but rather the question of personal choice, whether to go for an abortion if you're considering one. So what would be the approach if you, oftentimes the large language models are used not for therapeutic related issues or personal life choice related questions, but let's say economic policy, which can be divisive, but not necessarily require a therapeutic kind of set of principles to operate within. Thank you.
All right. Well, I wouldn't constrain this just to sort of therapeutic applications. I think that humans in general make values-laden choices. You might have values around a certain kind of there might be values around people's imperative towards progress too, or whatever you have, whatever kind of meaningful life you want to live, that's driven by values. But with regards to the policy question, we're actually trying to fund an experiment where we're going to do a process kind of like this for housing in San Francisco, which is a super contentious issue as well. And I guess the idea is that you first get to this values level and you find out what's really important here. And then you somehow have to condense that into policy. That's not really what this process does. It doesn't really end with a policy decision. It just gives you a kind of map of like, this is what's important according to the people or according to this collective. And then you have to use another process to determine what the policy should be that appeases to that.
The live stream question regarding the organizations that seek to how to define values for alignment in the first place rather than how to load values into AI.
Other organizations? I don't know that many, unfortunately. I wish there were more too. Yeah, I haven't actually found anyone that's... We're not looking to anyone else, basically, and I wish we were.
Thank you.
Well, on that note, I'm afraid we have run out of time. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And very quickly, I would like to invite James Fox, Matt MacDermott on stage to talk about causal incentives.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, konnichiwa. I'm James from Oxford and Lisa, and this is Matt from Imperial. And yeah, it's really exciting to be here. We've already had like a range of really great talks today. Looking forward to the posters after this, and of course, talks tomorrow. Also want to thank, obviously, all the organizers of this conference and Japan itself for being such a wonderful country. Myself, Matt, and Molly have spent the last 10 days sort of traveling around, and it's just been such a delightful trip. But yeah, on to what we're on to talk to you all about today. We're going to talk about how causality can help formalize a variety of concepts in AI safety. So yeah, we're here on behalf of the Causal Incentives Working Group, which is a cross-institutional collection of researchers, both in industry and in academia, led by Tom Everett, who's at Google DeepMind, and our website, causalincentives.com, kind of provides a number of papers that we've written and various like tutorials and blog posts expanding on these. Some of the topics that we're going to talk about today, but also like a range of other topics as well. Yeah, so I'm going to start by introducing our causal framework, and then I'll illustrate one example of how causality can help illuminate problems and solutions in AI safety. After that, Matt's going to go a bit deeper and talk about agency and generalization, which are both kind of very fundamental concepts for AI safety. So what's our motivation here? Well, all of us are at this conference because we think we ought to take extreme risks from AI systems really seriously. And there are many different risks that people are kind of concerned about, and yet the whole field of AI safety is very new. So there's a number of concepts that kind of people use colloquially, such as agency, deception, intent, harm, etc. And these broadly actually still remain quite fuzzy and imprecise concepts. And yet, if we actually want to build meaningful evaluations of AI systems, like an agency or a deception detector, it really matters that this concept captures what we really care about. And causality, sort of mostly introduced by Judea Pearl in kind of the late 1990s, and he won the Turing Award partly for this. Causality can help provide a language that does this, as it underpins many concepts of importance, as shown by this tree here. And many of these are really kind of quite intimately related to the problems we care about in AI safety. So as Matt will discuss later, we argue that agency itself is a causal concept, as it's about goals driving behavior. And moreover, we want agents to influence the world in good ways rather than good ones. And we want agents that respond to our commands as we intend, and we want agents that generalize to outside their training environment to new environments in safe ways. So what do we mean by causality? Well, we adopt an interventionist account, so this means that an event causally influences some other event if an external intervention on the first event would lead to a change in the second. So that's a bit of a mouthful, but this can all be made explicit with a directed graph, as shown here. So here we've got kind of Mr. Jones is deciding whether to turn their sprinkler on or off, depending on what the weather is outside, because what they care about is the grass being green. And so an edge from the weather to the sprinkler means that if I intervene externally on the weather, so like force it to be rain or something, then we might expect that Mr. Jones would change their policy for that whether the sprinkler is on or off. And the graph itself only kind of represents which variables influence which others. So to specify the exact relationships, it's common to use conditional probability distributions. And then if you multiply these together, you get a joint distribution over all the variables, just like a normal Bayesian network. So what makes this causal is that the arrows actually faithfully represent causal relationships. So let's now consider how we model agents. So agency is central to our research for two reasons. So first, we want to understand artificial agents, and that's because it's artificial agents that are especially dangerous for a number of reasons that people are familiar with in AI safety. And yet there's lots of economic incentives to want to create these systems. And what I mean by an agent is something like coherently pursuing long-term goals, right? So that's the first reason. And the second reason, and kind of relates slightly to the previous talk, is that agency, at least from our perspective, seems to be something that we want to preserve, both individually and collectively for humanity and humans. And so we aim to understand in some unified framework how both these like artificial agents and human agents influence one another. So let's just like add a bit of notation so this makes it clear. So now decision nodes, so this is the degrees of freedom by which like an agent is choosing things. It's just going to be a square node on our causal graph. And then goals, so here the grass being green, that's going to be represented by diamonds. And then information edges, we're going to make dotted. So anything going into a decision node is dotted. So this just represents the variables in an environment that a decision maker is using to decide on their policy. And like before, the exact relationships are specified by conditional probability distributions. And the only difference with a normal causal Bayesian network is that now it's agents that decide on the distributions for their decision nodes. If you want to reason about counterfactuals, and what I mean by that is something like, okay, given that Mr. Jones uses an umbrella when it's raining, when it's sunny, would they have taken their umbrella with them or something? These counterfactual questions come up quite frequently. Then you actually need some extra constraints on this model, and it becomes a structural causal inference model, which is, for those familiar with causality, a structural causal model where now the agent chooses a structural function for the decision node. And formal details about all of this are listed in these papers on the right, where we also lay out theory for handling multiple decisions and multiple agents interacting. Okay, so that was kind of like the kind of background of kind of the framework we're using for a lot of these things. So now let's turn to an application. Well, some kind of safety problems relate to the causal influence of a decision on delicate variables in an environment. So, for example, will a robot damage a vase in the room? Or will an AI system interfere with the safety apparatus that's been installed? Or perhaps, will a recommender system shape a user's preferences? So how can these problems be defined and addressed? Well, let's build a toy example around that third scenario. So suppose there's an AI system that selects some content to see to show users. The content is evaluated with respect to some reward function, R, and let's just assume this is up votes or down votes from some human user or users. But to make things interesting, the human's preferences, H, can be shaped by the content. So in this scenario, there are two causal pathways by which the content recommender can influence what reward it receives. The first is to tune the content to the human preferences directly. So this is the blue edge here. This is like the desired pathway. But the second is to alter the human's preferences to make it more easily, make the human more easily satisfiable, so then it can get more reward through that pathway. And of course, that's like an undesirable pathway, so we don't want that red edge. So that's the intuitive explanation. Like we've got these two possible pathways. So can we be more formal about what is going on? Well, the first part here is that the agent can control H, the human's preferences, and achieve some specific preferences, H subscript C. The second part is that the setting of H is instrumental for achieving reward. It can change the reward, meaning it can change the reward obtained by an optimal policy. Okay? So putting these together, if setting H to some achievable value, HC, so some setting of preferences, affects the reward, then the recommender is achieving reward via the red pathway. And if the optimal policy here achieves this, brings about this effect, we will say that there's an instrumental control incentive on H, the human's preferences. And intuitively, an instrumental control incentive can be understood as follows. If the agent gets to choose its policy to influence some variable X independently of how its decision influences other aspects of the environment, would that choice matter? If it does, it's got an instrumental control incentive. If not, it's fine. There's no instrumental control incentive. So, oh, sorry, I missed the thing. But we would like to evaluate these incentives just using the graphical structure of a causal graph alone. Right? We don't want to be computing these values all the time. So it actually turns out that if there is a path from the decision to the reward that passes through the human preferences here, so that this mediates that pathway, then an instrumental control incentive is possible. And in this graph, the red directed path shows such an edge. So this means there does exist data generating processes compatible with this causal graph where there is an instrumental control incentive for the human's preferences. So that's a characterization of the problem that we've illuminated through kind of this causal graph. So now let's consider two possible solutions. The first, like we've got here, impact measures, is to apply a penalty term to any changes in the human's preferences. So this idea is being called an impact measure because it incentivizes an AI system not to impact the human's preferences too much. Of course, in order to define an impact measure, you're going to need some sort of baseline to compare these preferences to. So assume we know what preferences the human will have if they're given safe content or no content at all. We consider how similar the actual preferences are to the preferences given the safe content. And we add a penalty to the recommender's reward function that scales with the size of that difference. Well, we can see that to calculate and penalize impacts in this way, the AI system needs to have a model of how content will shape the human's preferences. And the paper by Carroll and Hadfield-Medal talks about how this kind of model can be learned and used. But notice here that controlling the human's preferences is still instrumental for the AI system here. It does mediate that pathway from the decision to the reward. It's just that now the AI is incentivized to keep the human's preferences unchanged. In some situations, however, we actually want to remove the instrumental control incentives completely. That would mean that the agent is indifferent to the user's preferences and allows those preferences to evolve over time. Intuitively, the agent should choose the policy that would perform best if the human's preferences were fixed. It should consider influence along the direct causal pathway to reward, and not the indirect pathway that goes through the preferences. That was the red one versus the blue one. To do that, again, we need some baseline human preferences that humans would have if given safe content or no content or whatever. And we compute whether the human would approve of the actual content and those fixed preferences. Now, as you can see from the graph here, the causal graph, the human's preferences no longer mediate the system's attainment of reward. So the instrumental control incentive has been removed, and likewise, the intent to change the human's preferences. And this approach is called a path-specific objective, laid out in this paper by Sed Farquhar et al. And why it's called that is because it replaces the utility with a path-specific effect. So in general, the impact measure approach to this problem will tell the agent to try to keep the delegate variable unchanged, whereas path-specific objectives tell the agent to ignore any influence that it might have through the delegate variable. So it's a path-specific effect. So what I've done here is set out the general framework and then given an example of a problem that both the problem itself and two possible solutions are kind of illustrated and unpacked more by using causal graphs. Now Matt's going to talk more about both agency and generalization.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about two more recent research directions that we've been interested in. One is about agency, and one is about generalization, and in particular, the relationship of generalization with the question of whether and to what extent we should expect our AI systems to think about the world in a causal way. And in some sense, these are two fundamental assumptions of a lot of the previous causal incentives work, including the path-specific objective stuff that James was just talking about. So the first being that we know how to carve the world up into the interactions between different agents, that we have decision variables and utility variables in our model rather than just a causal model. And the other being that it makes sense to conceive of these agents thinking about the world in a causal way, so that when we look at the causal model and we see that this agent has an incentive to do so-and-so because of the causal structure, that this reflects something in the agent's cognition as well. And these are two pieces of work which, in some sense, investigate these assumptions. So the first one about agency, the way we came onto this is by thinking about if we have a causal Bayesian network and we don't necessarily know which variables in it are controlled by agents, how can we figure that out? How can we turn a causal Bayesian network into a causal influence diagram
in order to apply some of these ideas. But this brought us onto a broader question, which is like, what is an agent in general? Which is a question that many people in many different fields have thought about before. So I think people broadly agree that an agent is like some system which pursues a goal. But in terms of how we should think about it formally, many different people have many different ideas. And in fact, I've spoken to people already at this conference who have very different ideas to us about what makes something an agent. But I'm going to talk about our answer to that question, or our first attempt at an answer to that question, in our relatively narrow realm of causal influence diagrams. But I hope that the core idea might have some relevance beyond that. So just to give an idea of the breadth of the sort of systems that I'm thinking about here, here's a selection of different types of agents. So from the humble thermostat, that in some sense the simplest possible agent, trying to keep the temperature of a room at a particular value, and turning the heater on and off in order to do that. All the way up to sophisticated agents like humans, or even composite agents like a football team or a government, which consist of many sub-agents. What do all of these systems have in common? I'm going to go through our basic picture of what we think the answer is. So first and foremost, this one's quite obvious. An agent needs some ability to make a choice. There needs to be some aspect of the system which can go one way or another. We call this degrees of freedom. So Mr. Jones can turn the sprinkler on or off. The second thing, also quite obvious, this decision, this variable, needs to affect something else in our model. So here, whether or not Mr. Jones turns the sprinkler on, or how often he turns it on, affects how green the grass is. And as you might expect, we can model that just with an ordinary causal edge. The behavior causes some outcome. OK, but the next bit is the bit which is the important part and is a bit more subtle. Our idea is that agents do things for a reason. So it's not just that Mr. Jones happens to turn the sprinkler on and this happens to cause the grass to stay green. It's that, in some sense, he turns the sprinkler on because he wants the grass to stay green. There's some kind of reverse causality where the anticipated outcomes cause the behavior. And our idea for how to model this is to consider making an intervention on the type of grass in this particular example. So suppose we made an intervention to replace the grass with some grass that needed twice as much water. If Mr. Jones is like a reasonable agent, you'd expect him to now turn the sprinkler on more often in order to keep the grass green regardless. Whereas if the sprinkler is just controlled by some fixed mechanism, then you might expect it to not come on any more often, and the grass would turn brown. So the way we model this is by adding an extra variable that represents the type of grass, and an extra variable that represents the sprinkler policy. Then we can imagine doing an intervention on the type of grass, and this affecting the sprinkler policy. And this is meant to capture the idea that an agent's behavior is driven by its effects. And you'll notice that the arrow of causality goes the opposite way in between these type of grass and sprinkler policy variables than it does in between the sprinkler and the grass. Generalizing this a bit, we can define a new type of causal model which is meant to capture this idea. So given any arbitrary causal model, causal Bayesian network, we can add these things called mechanism variables to every variable. So each variable gets a corresponding mechanism variable, and the mechanism variable sets the conditional probability distribution of the object level variable. So here, the sprinkler mechanism is a variable which represents the probability distribution of the sprinkler being on. The grass mechanism is a variable which represents the way that the grass variable depends on the sprinkler variable. And given this extended notion of what a causal model is, we can then suggest a causal discovery algorithm for identifying agents in our model based on this idea of outcomes driving behavior. So we had this paper called Discovering Agents where we proposed an algorithm of which the core idea is basically when the mechanism of one variable responds to changes in the mechanism of another, so change in the type of grass affects the sprinkler policy, but stops responding when the causal link between them is blocked. So you can imagine here that, say, we cover the grass with a sheet of plastic so that how often the sprinkler comes on no longer affects the grass. Then we expect Mr. Jones to stop changing his policy when we change the type of grass because it's pointless now. So when we have both of these conditions, we say that we've discovered an agent in the causal influence diagram, sorry, in the causal Bayesian network, and we turn it into a causal influence diagram. So the mechanism which depends on some other mechanism turns into a decision variable, and the mechanism it depends on turns into a utility variable, or something that mediates between the decision and the utility variable.
And then we have some theorem which says that at least in the relatively narrow setting of interactions between game theoretic agents represented in a causal way, that this correctly distinguishes between decision variables and other variables. Now that is quite an idealized setting, and the extent to which this procedure makes sense and is a good thing to do outside of that setting is a thing which is still up for debate. But I think the core idea is a good one. So I really like this idea of agency as outcomes causing behavior in some sense. It's like that kind of reverse causality. I think that does get at something core about what agency is about. But there are some limitations of this approach. So in particular, this distinction between mechanism variables and object level variables is a bit hand-wavy. Like there are settings where it's quite clear and natural what it is. Like you can think of like a simple machine learning setting where like the mechanism variables is like the policy of an agent, and object level variables is like its actions, and mechanism variables for the environment changing. But in general, it's not actually that clear what to do. And like when you come to try and apply it in practice, you end up having like philosophical debate about what's a mechanism, what's an object level. And it's also a very strong notion of agency, this discovering agents thing, because it assumes agents respond to things optimally. And it has a binary notion of whether they're an agent or not based on whether they do. And so it's difficult to apply in practice for all of these reasons, and also because the algorithm is quite inefficient. But I don't think that any of those limitations are fundamental. And I think we can do this idea of agency as behavior being driven by its consequences without having any of these limitations. And that's something that we're currently working on. And if anybody wants to talk more about that, come and find me later. OK, so going to move on to the other part of this talk, which is about generalization and its relationship with agents learning a causal model. So the question of whether AI systems in practice learn causal models is quite important for the kind of work that we've been thinking about in the causal incentives group. If you consider the path-specific objectives idea that James talked about earlier, this can be a bit difficult to apply in practice. So if we have a causal model of the environment, then we can apply it. But in practice, like in a machine learning context, we don't necessarily have a causal model of the environment. We just train some system to perform well in an environment. If the system has a causal model explicitly built in, then we can tell it, with respect to its own model, it's OK to influence this variable via this path and not via this other one. But at the other extreme, like if the AI systems that we have don't even think in a causal way at all, then it seems like it would be very hard to implement these ideas like path-specific objectives. But if the reality is somewhere in between, where we don't explicitly build in causal knowledge to our systems, but they learn it anyway, then it might still be possible to communicate to them that there are acceptable paths of optimization and unacceptable paths, for example. And so this part of the talk is about a recent paper investigating this by John Richards and Tom Everett in the group, which investigates the relationship between a system's ability to generalize out of distribution and whether it's learned a causal model. So just a quick overview of what I mean by generalization. We'll go through it in a simple example. So suppose we have a classifier, an image classifier that's trained to classify pictures of dogs and pictures of wolves. So in some sense, you could think of this as like a very, very simple agent. So we show it lots of images in training, and then at test time, we give it new images that it hasn't seen before. We want it to generalize to correctly classify these new images. One type of generalization is within distribution generalization. So suppose that at training time, we always showed it pictures of dogs on grassy backgrounds and wolves on snowy backgrounds. And then at test time, we give it a new picture of a dog on a grassy background. This is like testing its within distribution generalization. But if we give it a picture of a dog on a snowy background, then this is not just a new image, but it's a new type of image. It's like fundamentally different to what it's seen before. And so we're testing here out of distribution generalization. In distribution generalization is something that neural networks do very, very well, and it's fairly well understood. Out of distribution generalization is harder and less well understood. But we can think about it in a causal way. And the way that we can do that is by modeling the data generating process as a causal Bayesian network. So you can imagine that this picture of a dog was generated using two latent variables, one of which representing the type of animal, dog or wolf, and one of which representing the type of background, grass or snow. And these two variables are highly correlated, at least in the training distribution, because they're both caused by another variable, location. So warm locations have dogs and grass, usually. Cold locations have wolves and snow. And the true label of the image depends only on the type of animal, not on the type of background. Now, we can model a distributional shift via an intervention in this causal model. So you can imagine that we reach into the causal model and we change this background variable so that some backgrounds which were grassy are now snowy. This corresponds to the distributional shift that we were thinking about. Now, it should be fairly clear that if you have a causal model of a decision problem, this is very useful for generalizing under distributional shifts. Because we can look at this and we can see that, OK, the true label doesn't depend on the background variable. If somebody intervenes on the background variable, we just continue to classify according to the type of animal. That's pretty useful. So causal models are sufficient for out of distribution generalization. But the question we're interested in here is whether they're necessary. So does any system which successfully generalizes out of distribution need a causal model? And some version of this question is often debated in machine learning. So on the one hand, causal models are very useful for generalization. Lots of people are excited about causality. But on the other hand, learning causal models explicitly is very hard. The number of causal Bayesian networks over a set of variables is enormous, and it's very difficult to do causal learning. And also, state-of-the-art AI systems don't seem to need causality. At least they don't have it explicitly built in. So here, this is Gatto, the DeepMind decision transformer agent from a couple of years ago that did very good, learned successfully to complete lots of different tasks and did some out-of-distribution generalization, but has no causal model built in. And seemingly, the people who built the system weren't thinking much about causality at all. And at least on the surface, it would seem that lots of systems like this are trained with purely observational data. But the result that we're going for here is to show that such systems, even if they don't have causal models explicitly built in, they must have learned them implicitly to the extent that they can generalize out of distribution. But to get to that, we need to formalize the problem a bit more. So this is a bit of a toy formalization of the generalization problem. You can decide for yourself how good you think it is. But yeah, the way it's modeled in this paper is that we make some intervention to get a distributional shift, sigma. And we also tell the system what intervention we've made. So we say, we've made distributional shift sigma. Now, we don't give it a causal model. We don't tell it what that distributional shift means, but we just give it some regime indicator which tells it the distributional shift has taken place. And the reason we do that is so that we can model the system having a policy which explicitly depends on distributional shifts, so that in theory it could respond completely optimally with respect to every distributional shift. Now, obviously, this is not how generalization works in the real world. You don't necessarily get explicitly told what distributional shift has taken place when it does. But I think it's a reasonable formalization, mostly because it actually makes the generalization task easier than it is in practice, because you're told what distributional shift takes place. So if we can prove results about what's necessary to complete this task, then that suggests it's necessary to complete the harder task of actual generalization. And in particular, we consider the entire set of possible distributional shifts on the data generating process. And we look at the worst case regret across that set. So we look at what's the distributional shift for which the system, there's the biggest gap between how well the system performed and how well it could have performed. And then, indeed, you can get this result, which says that if a system successfully generalizes across all distributional shifts on a set of variables, then you can infer the causal Bayesian network over the data generating process from its policy. So this doesn't necessarily mean that it is explicitly thinking in a causal way, although it's kind of unclear what that sentence means, really. But this means that you can, just by looking at the way it changes its behavior when you make a distributional shift, you can infer the whole causal model. So all the causal information is present in its policy, and you can use its policy to answer causal queries if you want. You don't need to be able to see the outcomes of these latent variables. You do need to know what variables are being considered. And there's also an approximate version of this result, which says that if a system has, if you have some regret bound on the system's generalization error across distributional shifts, then you can also get a bound on how good an approximate CBN you can get from their policy. And yeah, here's some data from a toy experiment showing that lower regret bound gets us a lower error rate on the learned DAG. Okay, so what are the consequences? Well, this would seem to suggest that to the extent that systems like language models, which don't have explicit causal models built in, can nonetheless generalize under distributional shift, which they can to some extent, they must be learning causal models of the environment, even if it's not explicit. And this happens if you give a system a sufficiently rich training distribution, which covers sort of many different distributional shifts on some simpler distribution. Another consequence is that if you can't infer the correct causal graph from the data, then it's impossible to generalize always, which has relevance to questions like goal misgeneralization, which is a failure mode of AI alignment. But the consequence that I want to think a bit more about here, which you could call a conjecture really, is that this suggests that agents that generalize well should be able to understand and implement the causal concepts that we've been thinking about, like path-specific objectives. So the really naive version of this is that you could say, well, if a language model generalizes well under distributional shifts, it must understand causally what's going on, so we could just try telling it, optimize this variable through this acceptable path and not through this other unacceptable path. And that's something which maybe might work, but also just may well not work. But there may be more sophisticated things that we can do in order to infer the causal model that a system is using in a particular context, make interventions on that causal model in order to train it to optimize variables through some paths and not through some other paths. Yeah, so to conclude, this has just been a snapshot of a few different things that we've worked on in the causal incentives group, but we have loads more papers basically on the theme of applying these Perl causality ideas to different AI safety problems. Which includes all of these things, so decision theory, agent incentives, deception, corrigibility, fairness. And if you're interested in any of those things, you can find all of the papers at our website, causalincentives.com. There's also a blog post sequence which we wrote last year trying to give it a fairly accessible introduction to a lot of these ideas. You can also find that linked at causalincentives.com. We also have a Python library, PySid, for working with causal influence diagrams, again, linked at causalincentives.com. And you can use this QR code if you want to get there. And the final thing I want to say is that we also have like a bi-weekly meeting, the Causal Incentives group, like Tuesday afternoons, UK time, online, where people present what they're working on, and we often have people come in and present their work if it's at the intersection between AI safety and causality. So if anybody has work that is in that intersection and wants to come and present it in the group, or just wants to come and listen to us present stuff, then email me or James, and we can make that happen. Thanks. Any questions?
You need to hold it down.
Thanks.
All right, any questions? Perhaps from the right-hand side of the room, who have been pretty quiet so far? We'll take one from Manuel while we wait.
Well, thanks for the talk. I got a question, I guess, first for James. I'm thinking about the two solutions that you presented right before Matt started. And I think I have some bias, like in thinking of the second solution as like, the best one. Because we are cutting that edge, like in that causal graph, there can be no causal incentive driven by. And it feels like, the first one is more like, something that will work well for practical implementations where you have like some function with two objectives and then you do like multi-objective optimization. Is this bias something I should throw away, or is this something that actually happens in practice?
My bias is the same way. So it's, I guess, hard for me to defend the other approach because I naturally think that, there are some advantages. To recap, this was the impact measure approach where you're kind of penalizing changes to human preferences in that example. although I introduced these two solutions in the context of content recommender, that was because it was the simplest example that just has like a really simple graph. And so, but like this applies like very broadly to many different setups, right? But that's like a penalty on the reward function. And then the other one is like, okay, you want the AI system to optimize along certain causal pathways and not along others. And the latter seems like, yeah, much more more useful, but it actually links to what Matt was talking about in generalization, because the implicit assumption here is that like you know what is like the causal structure of the world, and B, like the AI system does. And like, is that like a fair assumption to make? Well, the generalization stuff is implying that perhaps it is, yes. But again, you have these differences between what is the causal model that it's learned and what's the causal model that you think is true, and what is the objectively true causal structure of the universe. And those, again, affect like that path-specific effects. Does that make sense of it? Yeah.
Other questions? Let's go for the back left corner.
Thanks for the talk. Really interesting. I guess just coming back to what you just said about we develop these causal structures of the world, and these AI models do as well. But in real life and research, it's very difficult to infer these causal structures of the world. You know, it's the problem of correlation versus causation, and then you have a whole bunch of confounders that perhaps the AI model hasn't confronted yet or just is not aware of. I suppose, how good do you expect these systems to be at sort of discovering these possible flaws, like you know, perhaps having some sort of uncertainty metric around whether there could be confounders or you know, they're just lacking proper causal structure?
Yeah, it's a great question. Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so is the question like, how confident can we be about the causal models that we obtain in order to try and apply some of these ideas? Or wait, or do you want to clarify if that's a misunderstanding?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I guess just how well can these systems generalize without complete knowledge of the causal structure of the world?
Right. So, I mean, I guess the situation is that we have systems that we know can generalize well, and what we know less is the extent to which they think in a causal way. And some of this work is just trying to kind of get at that, make a start on that, and try and establish, like, is it the case that generalization is just a function of causal understanding, and that, like, the extent to which something can generalize is the extent to which that it has causal understanding? And I think that's, like, you know, a question that's starting to be answered, but is still, you know, up for grabs. And so, yeah, I think all of these questions about the relationship between generalization and causality, and like how well you can generalize given some causal understanding and how much causal understanding you need for a certain amount of generalization, are pretty open. So yeah, I don't know if I have a great answer on that.
Yeah, I mean, the question on tractability of this approach, right? So I think it's like most theoretical approaches, you start with really easy examples, and then you like hope that this can like go further. And it's correct, like in causal discovery, you have these guarantees that if the data is in certain ways, then it requires this much interventional data in these different settings to be actually able to faithfully learn the causal graph. And those are quite worrying results, whatever. But I think my response would be that you don't necessarily need to know the full causal structure of the environment. I don't actually need to know when I'm acting as an agent, how all these atoms are interacting with one another in the floor or something, and I don't know, lots of things about this room. Instead, I'm doing this kind of, sorry, what I'm alluding to here is sort of this causal abstraction work and causal representation learning and things, where actually there's kind of just this higher level features, which means you don't need to know as much as you think you need to know about the environment in order to be able to make useful predictions about the system's behavior. Actually, probably when I'm making decisions about my policy, I probably only need like some small set of variables to be able to make those predictions. But that's conjecture. But yeah, maybe we'll talk about it afterwards.
Keep your hand raised while the. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. Regarding this second solution, hypothetical preferences on the safe content. It's something that's probably difficult to collect data to create model, or I don't know, some limits. Just if you can say a few words.
No, it's a good question. Basically, in order to come up with any kind of either of these approaches, you need some baseline to compare to. You need something that like you think is like the good preferences or whatever, the ones that you care about. And we're not wedded to any particular thing here. This could be like no preferences at all. It could be like preferences under some sort of safe content. It could be like a host of different things, like the previous speaker was talking about in terms of the moral graphs and things. Like there's a host of different things that you might wish to like retain or care about from a preference perspective or values or anything. The important part here is like there is some baseline that you're comparing to, and both these kind of things, the actual content and like wherever the thing you think is like the safe thing that you care about, both like have causal pathways to this reward function here. But kind of like substitute whatever your like pet thing is for that node. Sorry, I can't point to it, but for like what you think is good preferences or like things that we care about. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's not wedded to that.
Thank you for the talk. It seems like a lot of the work is about kind of finding agents, characterizing agents. You know, your latest paper I was reading is ascribing intentions to language models. I'm curious if this work has any bearing on what to do next, right? Okay, you found out that it's an agent. Do you want to make it less agenty? Do you want to make it less agent or the same amount of agenty but in a less dangerous way? Have you thought about that?
Great question, yeah. So I mean, the starting motivation, as I put on with the tree picture, was like, right, okay, if we, well, at least one motivation is like, okay, as all of these people coming up with evals and like measurements and whatever, that's brilliant, that's great. But are these actually like measuring something that we care about and is like the thing we like want to preserve or like not have or whatever? Or is it just some arbitrary number that's not actually grounded in something that is meaningful? And so the starting thing at least is like, okay, let's actually, like the intention work, for instance, or deception or like agency, etc., is like, let's actually formalize like what is the concept we care about. The second thing is, and Matt's working on this at the moment, is like, okay, can we now use this to like motivate the construction of evals that like are actually grounded in something like that captures this, and not just us, like maybe my expertise is like more theoretical, but like collaborating with people that have those other, you can go, okay, well, this is like what you actually care about, this concept. Now, can you make like some sort of test to like check for this? Yeah, does Matt want to expand on that?
Yeah, I think that's a good answer. I mean, some like more specific things is like, you might want to know like where in your ML model that you've trained like the agency part lives, like where are goals represented in the model and where does like the decision to try and influence a variable in a certain way happen. And these seem like things that you can do using some of these ideas to try and identify like where is the agentic part happening. I mean, like a neural network is a causal graph in a sense, and so figuring out where goals are represented in these models and where like decisions take place is like one possible application.
Okay, we have time for one more, and Andre has had his hand raised for the and keep it raised, please, while the microphone comes to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the last question, and thank you for your talk. I have a question which may sound like the previous one, but let me first give you an example that would simplify the understanding of what I mean. Could you please go to the slide with the dog?
Go to what?
To the slide with the dog when we classifying dogs and wolves, or just dogs. Yeah, so imagine here we have an agent which is trying to classify just flags, and we have two flags, one of Monaco and one of Indonesia. They actually have the very same flags, red and white strip. And like, if we just looking at them, it's hard for us to say what the flag is. But if we had a woman in hijab with a very sunny weather who is holding this flag for a neural network, it would be much simpler because the context would provide us a lot of correlations. It's not a casual thing because obviously she may hold a Monaco flag, but in most of the cases she would be holding Indonesian flag. And in these terms, why I was giving this example, because you have illustrated that casual reasoning can help us to avoid features that are not relevant, but actually this information about that the background is not relevant for classification task is not that obvious, it's not that always. And for dogs, actually, there may be example when the front is more important for classification because it would provide some additional features that the only image of the dog is not capable of. And to distinguish if we can don't think about background or not, we, of course, can do this, but just adding more data. And in these terms, for me, it's not that really obvious that we can add more data to understand when we can build a causal model and skipping off background, or we can just put more data to learn more about dogs on snow. So for this thing, that trade-off is not clear for me. Could you please elaborate?
Yeah, so I think it's a really good question. Like sometimes these like associational but not causal heuristics are like very, very useful and might be, you know, a lot of the information you use in order to do a classification. I think that question is kind of why people are thinking about this kind of research direction, because like, yeah, when you think about it like that, it seems like, I mean, maybe generalization comes from just having more and more such heuristics, so that like when one of those heuristics fails, you've got other heuristics too that you can use as well. So like if like the weather is like really bad in one place where it's usually good, you can fall back on other heuristics. And it does, that is a completely plausible way things could happen. But then it's also plausible that the reason that you get better generalization from more and more data is because you start inferring causal properties from the data as well. So I think, I mean, that's the exact sort of question this work was trying to investigate. And I guess in some like limited formal sense, we show that the answer is that, you know, you need the causal knowledge for like really, really good generalization. But like in practice, yeah, the extent to which that applies in practice, like are we actually reaching that point of our models where they actually need causal knowledge, or are they still getting most of their success out of like better and better heuristics is, I think, still an open question.
But of course, heuristics themselves could be represented in this framework as just you having different variables for each of your heuristics, which like are parents of your decision, whatever.
But it wouldn't necessarily need to be causal.
Though. It wouldn't need to be causal, sure, yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Well, on that note, thank you very much, Matt and James.
Thank you.
And let's draw this thing to a close. I have a couple of minor procedural notes as you file away. One is, do please take all of your rubbish with you. For those who are not from Japan, this is the norm in Japan. Please take all your rubbish home with you, or either dispose of it in the bins provided. We'd like to be kind to our venue and keep things clean. The second thing is, any bentos that are not taken home today will be thermally recycled, i.e. we will set them on fire. So please take bentos with you if you leave, if you would like additional food. So thank you very much. please all gather in the atrium for the poster session. And could poster presenters please stand by their posters and present them?